Hello, 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 hello. Um, we're going to give everyone a moment while I grab a couple of items. Give me just a minute or two. For those of you that are on already, feel free to probably fast forward or jump ahead, but you'll see me come back in just a moment. Give me one moment. Ah, okay, everybody. Hello to everyone. And for those of you that were here before, welcome back. For those of you who were not, welcome. This is going to be our fellowship. We come here on Sunday evenings at 6 o'clock in order to simply talk about anything and everything, to answer any questions anybody might have, as well as go over any information in order to update people on anything that we've been doing. For the most part, we've been updating individuals pertaining to the activities in the House of Prayer. For those of you who are not a member of the House of Prayer, then um, you may have been keeping up with the things that we've been doing. If you are a member, then we appreciate you. And we welcome you back to, once again, the fellowship. And again, if you're not a member, then I just want to say we appreciate you as well. There's individuals that have actually reached out to let me know that in watching these videos, it has helped them a great deal when it comes to different things. They talked about how we touch on so many different things. It's not just one consistent item. And the individuals that has joined in with us, they've been responding and sharing with us that they've enjoyed just learning about certain things that we're talking about. And they've enjoyed just the one word I keep getting is realness and genuine personality. I'm grateful to hear that. We know that many of you are the same. But let's go ahead and get into this. If you have a question, if you have a comment, if you have a thought, if you have a statement that you'd like to make, if you have a subject, if you have a topic, again, this fellowship is for, we initially said, the members of the organization. However, for those of you who are even following the channel, feel free to comment. So there's a few things that I want to talk about to kind of get this ball rolling, if you will. And again, remember, we're here for you all. And if there's nothing that you have that you'd like to discuss or talk about, then it'll be a short fellowship. Again, the opportunity is just for us to come together on a weekly basis and to talk about whatever it is that you would like to talk about, to give you all the opportunity to ask questions about things that you want to know pertaining to a host of issues. So we don't have any particular thing, item, subject, or topic at all whatsoever during the fellowship. I have not made videos now for approximately 2 weeks. I've been doing a lot of typing. My wife has been in and out with what it is that she does. This is her season at her job, being over the department at the hospital, and they are just slammed. So she's been pulling 12-hour days, sometimes even more. I've been going for about 2 days at a time. I think the longest has been a little over 2 days without sleep. to try to get as much done as I can while we're finalizing and wrapping up what we're doing. So with that in mind, I have not made the other videos because I have not had time. One video takes approximately, if I have everything together, maybe 4 or 5 hours. Some videos, because of the depth of what we're talking about, some videos have actually taken 2 days to make, just that one video. And whereas before, I would just get on and do what we're doing now, right? Just talk about different things. Which brings me, now that I said that, I'm reminded that we have a couple of things that people have sent me. And these are recordings. I have to say, I have not listened to the recordings of Mr. Cunningham. Individuals have sent me recordings, and individuals have sent me pictures, and individuals have sent me other things, things that he's done, things that he's doing. But I haven't really looked into it yet. I simply have not had time. So for those of you, again, that are on already, is there anybody, before I continue now at the moment, that has a question, that has a comment, that has something that you would like to know, that has a subject or a topic that you would like to discuss or begin with? If not, let me just look through my notes. But while you take a moment, I know that you have to actually type things out. For the next video that we do, there are 2 videos that I'm going to tell you all to watch as we prepare going forward. At some point, when I get the time, I will make the very next video. At some point, is going to be about a movie. It's a very, I enjoy, my son watches it a lot. My daughter's also has seen it a lot. And I talk about animated movies because when we're looking at animated movies, even though it's very entertaining for children, for the most part, this is family entertainment. At times, there's some movies that actually has a little bit of language. I don't like that. I can't stand that. I don't like people watching movies that have language in it. The older children get, however, there's some movies that have literally very few moments when they use language. So what we practice is using the captions, and by reading the captions to try to mute if we can catch it. And again, there's some movies that have maybe, 4 or 5 times throughout the movie, and they're rated parental guidance. So we don't go beyond that. But anyway, the movie that I'm talking about is Rango, Rango, Rango. And in fact, let me go ahead and show you so that you can see what it is that I'm speaking of. And that much, it'll be that much easier for you to pull it up. Rango. Okay. This is a movie by Johnny Depp, not by him, but it's of a chameleon. There we are. And it's a chameleon. Johnny Depp is the one who plays the voice of the. However, it is such a very, very powerful movie. If you look at it from my perspective, a lot of things that I look at, I don't look at the way a lot of other people do. But I'm going to say this. This movie, there's someone who referred another movie to me, a series of movies. I haven't seen it yet. Again, I've been just busy. This movie is nothing but what we're talking about in the House of Prayer. This movie is just screaming House of Prayer. Just like some others, you look throughout the storyline and you can pick out different characters. This one is this. Yeah, I can see that. Well, when you watch this one, I'm going to go into detail, just like we did with Django, and just relay certain things about the movie. Um, so, Rango will be the one that I'm going to talk about next in a video. I already referred a while back another movie by the name of the title rather is A Pilgrim's Progress, I think, or A Pilgrim's Journey. I think it's called A Pilgrim's Progress. Um, and that too is an animated movie that has no language in it. I don't think it has any language whatsoever. Um, and it's another animated movie, perfect, not just for families. When you watch A Pilgrim's Progress, you will probably watch it several times, several times. And this is, you can find it on YouTube for free. Again, the animated version is what you're looking for. But
I'll link it. It's awesome.
okay.
And it is the Pilgrim's Progress.
It is okay. Maria just said she's going to post a link, and she agreed that it is an awesome movie. Maria, she does not like animated movies. She can't stand animated movies. For her to say that A Pilgrim's Progress is a very good movie, it says a lot. If you watch it, even with that, it screams all kinds of lessons in it. For those of you, again, that are members of the organization, right now, what's that?
Just put me out there.
No, put you out
I'm
there.
teasing.
You are the critic.
I'm just-
There's some people used to watch back in the 80s and the 90s, movie critics. I can't remember, but there was two that used to criticize or critique, not criticize, critique movies. So this is where you got the two thumbs up. I can't remember that one, but you get two thumbs up, sometimes one thumb up, one thumb down. But you will love those two, Rango and Pilgrim's Progress. Rango is going to be in the next video, and you might want to see it so that you understand where we go with it. Even if you don't watch it after we have that video, you'll probably watch it afterwards. With that in mind, in the House of Prayer, individuals have brought up that they want to touch on what's going on right now. What's going on right now? Mr. Cunningham is still doing what he does. The council is still doing what they do. Good evening. The council and Mr. Cunningham. I've said before, I'm going to say again, they are going to do what they do. They're going to do what they do. I am excited. I'm ecstatic. I'm thrilled with what's going on. They're not going to stop. They can't stop. They cannot. Hello. They can't stop. To do what they are doing, you can't just immediately come to a halt. You have to continue doing what you're doing, because there comes a point where you're in something and you're so far involved that, well, you just can't stop. Let's take coming down a mountainside. Traffic, a lot of times people don't understand that the speed limit will slow down. Instead of going 70 miles an hour coming down the mountainside, you may see the speed limit drop to 60 and 50 and even 45 miles an hour. And off on the side of that same highway, that same road, you might see what's called a truck ramp. And I used to wonder, why do you see the road pull off and a truck ramp has this thing with piles of dirt and then it drops, and then there's another pile of dirt, and then it drops and another pile of dirt. And the purpose of it is interesting, that if a driver loses control of that truck, if there's so much weight on that truck that you can't stop, like runaway truck. Well, they have these things on the side of the road, a truck ramp, where the driver can now steer off of the highway traffic, steer off of the road onto a truck ramp. They're going to damage the truck. It's not going to be. It's not going to be. This is not a laughing matter. You all, I'm not laughing at this. It's not going to be pretty. Oh, gosh.
But they have the warning signs all
right.
the way out there to slow down.
But this is why I'm laughing. The warning signs are there. When you go to the zoo and it says, do not feed the bears, that does not mean inside the cage. Don't get up and feed the bears, period. Don't get up close. Don't get by the fence. There was an individual who got, oh gosh, they got too close with a bag. They got too close with a bag of whatever they were eating. Anybody who knows anything about bears, they know that they have a very sensitive nose. This person got up, and it was just pandas. Who in the world is afraid of pandas? Pandas are cute. Pandas are slow. Pandas are adorable. They're not going to do anything. You can just reach in and just cuddle them. But this individual got close to the bars and wanted to feed a panda. And the panda's just looking like, okay, yeah, how you doing? What is that in your hand? What is that? Is that my face? Is that a Snickers? What is that? And the panda's just acting, and you can tell it's just getting a little closer and a little closer. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, blinding speed, the panda reached up and grabbed. To see how fast a panda bear is when it's not just walking like a grizzly. It's all a deception. Don't buy it. It's not slow. An 800-pound grizzly bear is not, don't fall for it. It's a trap. They just walking. Them things can run up to 35 miles per hour. You will not outrun it. What is the point here? There's signs everywhere. Good evening. Do not feed the bears. If an individual is at the bars and you see a guy doing this, and he wants to cry out for help, but he can't. On his face, he's terrified. And you see this panda bear of all bears, a panda is reaching out, holding him against the bar, not letting him go. It's got his paw around his waist, and he's holding, and the man trying to get away. But a panda has him on the bar, and he's sitting there just with this bag. I can't tell you how much I tried so hard to hold. Oh, I almost cried laughing. My point is, they're ferocious and they're dangerous. The signs on the highway for these truckers to slow down, because people don't understand the weight on a truck. There's so much weight. You're talking about 400, 500, 600,000 pounds. Your little tiny Honda Accord is not going to stop a truck that's got 600,000 pounds in the trailer. You're not going to stop it. It's going to run all over you. So there's ramps. The truck driver takes the ramp. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to stop the truck. There comes a point in time, if you get involved in some things, you can get so deeply involved that you can't stop. This is what I'm saying pertaining to our organization. We have people doing things that they're so involved in, they just can't just stop. They just can't stop. So, for those of you who don't understand what's really going on, when you're doing something for so long and individuals perceive that you may not be doing it quite right, you're not fully in alignment with what the rules and the laws actually say. Some people are saying, well, we've done it for this long and it's always been this way. I don't see the harm in us not continuing to do that. Well, this is where we are. Um, Everything in the organization is going the way that it's going. And if you think about this for one moment, it'll make sense. The people are not going to hear the word. There's not a lot of the word being given. There's not a lot of the service time being spent around the word. So you have a lot of our members who know that when they used to travel and you'd hear bands. A lot of times the services are filled with bands and the choirs. But what else are you seeing? What you're seeing is the raising of money. When the leader is on its way throughout the years, what we saw is testimony service. You start the service up, clap your hands for sweet, 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 sweet. Okay. And the service would get off. And you know you are about to have a time because it's not just sweet, 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 sweet. No, when they start, let us clap our glad hands for the one day. Woo! And the energy, and you like, woo, woo, and you ready to just fly. This is the time. We're getting ready to have a ball. And when the band kick up and you know it is on because you are at the house of prayer. That's what people went for. And it was a time people would be soaked with sweat. Their shirt, you could wring their shirt. People would sweat through their suit, black suit. You can see the sweat. Band leaders would unbutton their shirt collar, and you'd see one button, and eventually they're going in, and this is all they're doing, and the people shouting. Sometimes band leaders have two buttons, and don't let them loosen their tie, and now the tie knot is down here, and when they roll up those sleeves, they know they're getting ready to go to work, and the bass horn player and the leaders, the people, by the time the bishop is getting ready to come in that door, it is just on. It is on the whole house. But when they say, he's here, the money starts coming. And people passing up the dollars, coming to the middle aisle. And they see him when the door opens at the back. And all of a sudden you see the maid come in carrying a hat. And you just know it is on. They built that service up so high. It is on. Here's the thing. It's just starting. What are you talking about, Brother Lewis? I'm not talking about the service. I'm not talking about the joy. The joy started already. The joy starts at the testimony service. When that deacon, and back in the day, I remember there was an apostle by the name of Apostle Taylor. And he used to set up in the front of 6 and M Street, House of Prayer, and he had an Hawaiian guitar. And this is a guitar that sets up like an organ. And he had that long bar that goes on his finger. And he would, and when he's playing that thing and you come inside service, you know you are about to go all the way off. That's one side of the house of prayer, and people got accustomed to that. This is what they know is the service. The other side of the house of prayer, however, is what the men at the top refer to as the business side. So there's two groups of people in the house of prayer, as well as other institutions and organizations around the world. There's two groups. There's one group who comes for the joy and the good time in the Lord, and for the word, and to praise, and to exalt, and to glorify. So they come in, and you see, they start in that service. These are the ones that's getting soaked, while everybody else is going in. You see the lines up at the testimony line. But when they cry, he's here. And that maid comes up with the hat, just come up, walking with the hat, going up to the front. That's it. Here comes the other side of the service, the business side. The business side is the money. So now you have coming in and collecting the money, the dollars. And so as he's collecting the dollars, and the closer he gets to the front, the people getting caught up, the closer he gets to the front. And then the maids take the dollars. And then he takes some more. And y'all remember this. And he's just coming in. He's just coming in. And he's taking more dollars. Halfway up the aisle, taking more dollars. And the power goes up. And you hear up in the front, and the closer he gets to the front, closer he gets to the front, and the closer he gets to the front, closer he gets to the front. All the dollars. He hasn't gotten there yet. Now he's at the front of the pews, and the band's going off, and it's still, and the people all over. When he gets to the front, now you hear, settle down, take care of the shouters. And then he gets there and he bends down and raises his hand. And all you hear is, and when he turns around and starts, and now let us all raise our hand and welcome this great man of. You now know it's about to start. And then everybody, sweet. Okay. When you get that last sweet, Addie, and the whole house. And that's when it starts. And the people going in. But what is going on? Energy is being built up. The service being built up. Why? Because if the people are happy, the happier the people are, the more joyful the people are, the more you get the spirit pumping and let the bands wailing, and the people just doing this. And you see babies flying across the inside the sanctuary. Somebody catch one on the other side of the sanctuary, and people just falling out. That's when the most money going to come. There is the spiritual side, and there's the business side. So you got the spiritual side where the individuals are there and the band just going, and the drummers, especially Zeb and those other drummers, boom, and boom, people all over the place. Now comes, take care of the shouters, take care of the shouters. We're getting ready to have our program. And now people are ready. But they call the missionary up. And what do you see go down the aisle? A flood of white dresses and red aprons as they stand their post. And their post is to stand by the pews all up and down the aisle. Why? Because they know the man is up front. And now comes the program. And what do you see immediately begin to happen? The little girls, the maids, up and down the aisle, up and down the aisle. And they're coming down the aisle, up and down the aisle. And more and more and more. This is the business side. So while there's individuals there for the spiritual side, there's also individuals there for the business side. And those that are there for the spiritual side do not understand what's going on the business side. Therefore, we have two congregations throughout the entire organization. And for those who don't understand the business side, there's a very, very hard, difficult time trying to get them to understand this business side. That in order to get more works, in order to get the people, listen, if you're working in the field, it's one thing where the sun is blaring down on you and your mule, Bessie, come on, Bessie, move it, Bessie, all day long. You move it, Bessie. That's one thing. That's going to be grueling, difficult work. But if you got some music in the back, and this is why on a chain gang, men busting up rocks, they used to sing, because now you're not just working and grueling thinking about the sun. Now you're into the music. And while they're, Moses, oh Moses, and now the people can join in with you. Well, now it doesn't feel like work. And in the service, this does not feel like I'm going broke. I'm just, man, this joy. And so by the time the mistress of ceremony take the mic, we want to welcome you back here to blah, 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 blah. And let us all clap our glad hands for the one who put us here, the one who did this and did that and gave you your job and put money on the table and gave you your food and paid for your mortgage and gave you the car. The one. He is sweet, 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 sweet. And the more and the people and the energy. And by the time you hear that last Eddie, and you, and there you go again. There's times when we were in the building, you can literally look at the ceiling where they're up inside the service, and the ceiling would be doing this, while all the people are just, you hear boom, 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 boom. And you just go into the bathroom and the ceiling is literally doing this. And to get upstairs and you, that's what you, listen. By the time that first song go in and you hear, bam, 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 you got made after made after made after made. They're not carrying $1. Some got ones, some got 5. Some got 10s, some got 20s, some got 50s. And this is the business side. While those who are looking for the good time and the spirit, they're just all in the song. Woo, that's my song, that's my song. And they're in it. And by the time they get to that, and you see sometimes some of the people on the wall, and you know, they just, you can't help that music just got them swaying. And by the time they get to the end, maybe $1,000 have already gone up front, just in the maids. That's one song. Maybe by the second selection, 3,000, 4,000. And if a band sends up, you got a fan. And sometimes this is going on, where now you see a fan of dollars spread out. And you there in the spirit don't see it, because this is the business side. Your mind don't see that. You're there for the spirit. And you, oh, sing it, boy, sing it, sing it, sing it. And the director got you in. And while the people are just in and the director going for it, you still see more maids, more maids, more maids. 6 songs later, now the last group, they come up, and in between, after each song, the bands take off, and the people just, and get 5 minutes, sit the people down. For the selections, what did they say? 5 minutes, your best, your best, your best, your best. We want nothing but your best. In 5 minutes, your best. And now the singer gets ready. But what did you see the choir bring? The choir walked down the aisle. The choir walked down the aisle. 1, 2, 3, 18, 22, 30, 45, 58 people walked down the aisle. And other people sending up more. This is your business side. Another band send up more. While this choir singing. And May's still coming. And then while they're singing, you see, and the band, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. And the more of these will get you more of these. And each one of these will get you, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. And some of the band members, right? This is the business side. And then after that last selection, when you see the men stand up all across the front. And they take to the aisles and walk down the aisles. What's coming up? The next part of the business side. While those that are there for the spiritual side are getting ready to get caught up in this wave of energy. And you know it's going down because the bands are already tuning up. And people lining up at the back. And in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, snaps. It's about to go down. And they're up in the front. Senior department, are you here? Yes. Are you here? Yes. Are you ready? And people still lining up. Yeah, we're ready. Bands, are you ready? Yeah, band. And then they say, bring us on down. Bring us on down. And while they're getting ready, you got the councilman first in the line. And then hit it, band. And they're coming down. And you hear them in the mic. Get in the line. That's right, Josh. Get in the line. Get in the line. Get in the line. Come on, y'all. Get in the line. This is the business side. While those who are looking for the spirit are there for the joy. While you are there for the joy, you got something in your hand and you cut down and you cut, and you're still marching, cut, and you turn down the aisle. And there's some people who made this thing back in the day. There was this group, not a group, it's two guys, Kid and Play. And this was when rap was turning into R&B. And they began to blend it. But they had this dance like the Charleston, and they would tap each other's foot in the middle of the dance. And you'd be sitting back looking at, man, this is cool. And it looked good. There's people who took the Love March in the House of Prayer and added flair. Some of the women marching, they wouldn't just march. They add flair. And they go slow because they know they look good in those clean, crisp uniforms. Long, loose flowing evening gowns or those dresses with the poof, whatever. They know, listen, we're going to tear that Love March up. But they don't understand you've been put inside of a business that was lifted up because of the spirituality of what we think is the service. And now behind you, while you bring in yours and they marching behind you and others, and they're doing their thing, people laying down on the table. But at the table, all you see is the money being organized. This is the business side. Mind you, the whole time, people still coming around the line. I remember times when the march used to last over an hour. And I lie to you not, no exaggeration, over 1 hour. And that band, you see some of the band members with blood on their shirt playing. I remember one young man, Johnny Rogers, used to play out the side of his jaw. One side be flat, the other side be puffed up. And he would just be blood all over the place and be tearing the house up. My point is this. After the senior department, they get back on that microphone. Young people, yes, young people, And don't let a man by the name of Apostle Grinder get that microphone. You have never been a part of a love march in the house of prayer until you have been in a love march that was hosted by and put on and led by Apostle Grinder. Apostle H. Grinder used to be in West Philly, moved to West Baltimore. That man started this thing called Whose Line Is It? And during the love march, he would go around and give interviews as if you were on TV. We are live here in Newport News, Virginia. And I just want to ask you a question. Yes? Whose line is it? Eddie's line. Let me ask you this one more time. I don't think the people heard you. Whose line is this? Eddie's line. Can you say it one more time? Eddie's line. And the band is still going. And he go around to different people and blew the march all the way up. I'm telling you, people, this is the business side. And while people are still, because the band is just going for it. And the whole time, the energy, people sweating. You got another baby flying across the air, being caught by somebody over here because somebody holding a baby would start shouting. And what I'm saying, these marches would be so hyped up that you can't help when you walk in the door. You can't help but just join in. And by the time that Apostle Grinder got people hooked up on this thing, there was a time when Apostle Grinder would have those interviews. People would not want to stop marching. So they would go around and they bring up another $1 or another $5. They'd go around and bring up another one. They'd go around and bring up another one. And they'd go around and bring up another. They would not stop marching. It got to the point when the march was taking up so much time that they would increase the amount of how much you had to march with. It got to the point where he's okay, we're not going to march with $1. Now we're going to take it up to $2, and people going around and they would go around still. Whose line is it? Then he come back onto the microphone. We're going to take it up to $5. We're going to take it up to $5. $5. Then people come out, $5. They're marching. Whose line? Daddy's line. Whose line? Daddy's line. $10. And people going around. It got to the point these people were enjoying themselves so much that they would take a $100 bill and slap it on their forehead, and they marching with that to let you know you're not going to outmarch them. And it got to the point where one man was known in North Carolina, and he's known for how he marched. And he would, at every march, he would be going. In Philadelphia, there was another man, and he would be going. And the people would enjoy seeing them march so much that the people in the audience would give them more money. Pastor Grinder, whose line is it? And they still coming. And the people in the back, they yeah. That march would go on. He'd take it up $20. And and one after another, $20. And they're still going. And it will get down to 2 people. And now the 2 people going back and forth to see who's going to last one. And each time a person would have no more, they would wave their hands and bow out. I'm done. And people high-fived them. Go, boy. Go, boy. I see you. And it come down to that one. And then the last one, he'd go another and another and another. And then they would stop. And the people be yelling, screaming and hollering. And after that, it's not over. No, it's not over. This time, we're going to slow it down. And we want the band over here to give us a selection while we call for all the mothers. Bring your children 6 months to 6 years old. This time, all the grannies, all the babies, mothers, fathers, bring them on down. Band, take us off. Again, Pastor Griner. And while I remember one band played Sesame Street. You have never heard Sesame Street like this in your entire life. I think it was the Lively Stones out of Washington, D.C. And the people would be just on the wall. And while they and the people and they've given the grannies. And what did the babies have in their hand? Dollar bills, each baby. And then they go into the background. And they stay right there. And Portsmouth, they call the train. And when Portsmouth is playing the background, this is all you see. And the people just shout, 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 shout. And the grannies shout, 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 shout. And sometimes the people be in the mic. Let him have his way. Let him have his way. Let him have his way the whole time. The whole time. Let him have his way. Dun, 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 dun. And they're going on and on and on. And granny after granny after granny after granny after granny got to the point you don't want to stop being a granny because you going up there. Like people lined up at Sears Roebuck going to see Santa Claus to tell them what they want for Christmas. All these babies going up. You now 13 years old. You want to get back in the granny's line so that you can go up and give him $1. Listen, the bands would have you so caught up. You're not even paying attention the whole time that you're looking and enjoying the spirit, the spirit, the spirit, the spirit. Your whole body is soaking wet with sweat and just all the people. And you don't realize the business side. All that's come in because of the joy. And this is what the people, they know that they're going to get when they go to house of prayer. They're going to get joy because the choirs are going to sing them up. The bands are going to play them up. And the music is going to tear them up and carry them up. And it starts with testimony service. Oh, I believe I testify. Oh, while I have a chance. Oh, believe I. And you get caught up and you are in until that love march and the grannies. And it's all said and done. By that time, you're going to the bathroom. You're going to get some water. You're going to the kitchen. And everybody's doing this right here. Because the sweat, it is a wrap. You done put out. And downstairs, the line is so backed up because everybody is pooped. They done shouted their last shout until they get back upstairs. Then you're going to go back in again and shout more out. It got to the point where people would take the commercials off of TV and they would use and apply it in the house of prayer. Just shout it out. And you'd even hear at the time, what was it? Pastor Greer used to shout it out, shout it out, shout it out. And now they get the whole thing, Holy Ghost, Holy Ghost, Holy Ghost, Holy Ghost. And you're in time and in tune, and the people, they just dripping and dripping and dripping in sweat. That is the spiritual side. That's the joy, unspeakable joy. That's the people enjoying. That's the love march. That's the program. So now by the time it's all said and done, by the time it's all wrapped up, and people now downstairs, especially during the love march, you are wall to wall with people everywhere. You got cotton candy machines. You got Italian water ice, root beer floats, people trying to get a couple of chicken wings, and they were not $3 a piece at that time. Believe it or not, $3 would get you 3 wings. $4, 3 wings and fries. $5, 3 wings and fries with a soda or a fruit punch. The one back in the day was a great big gulp size cup called Wilhelmina's Punch. And they knew they're going to sell out. They would mix it inside of a trash can, a great big rubber 35-gallon trash can with a black trash bag full of fruit punch called Wilhelmina Punch, and it will make you punch somebody in the face if they drink your punch, because that punch had the sweetest taste. Listen, people, I don't know what in the world that man put inside that punch, but that line would be so backed up. And you try to get that punch, and you try to get those wings, and you try to get the half smoke so that you can get back up in service, because at some point the granny's going to be over, but you have about an hour, a good hour and a half, and people will be everywhere. Trash cans overflowing with trash. Wilhelmina, people would just walk by and try to push the trash down just to get space to put their trash on top, and then try to run back up in service. People walking back in service, mouth full. They're trying to swallow that sausage that's stuck in the back of their throat because they're rushing and they can't chew it all, and chase it down with a Wilhelmina Punch. Now they get back up stairs. We used to call it crack juice, because 1 cup is not enough. If you drink 1 cup, you are addicted. You are now a drug addict. Officially, as a member in the house of prayer, you are an addict, because every time you go back to convocation, you're going to be looking for that man with that trash can of fruit punch so that you can get that Wilhelmina Punch. The point of the bottom line is this. By the time you get back upstairs, you're now cooled down. Your shirt is a little dry, and the lines will be coming back up. And you got pews where people got their bags and their choir robes and their purses, where, they save their seat to go back. And people would sit down who stand in the aisle. They take a seat so they can let their legs, rest while they do you in the bathroom or whatever. And now you're coming back, and people, okay, come on in. I got you. And now they're going to take their spot back in the aisles, because the aisles be jam-packed. That is the spiritual side, not just the house of prayer. I guarantee you, Church of God in Christ, you got people going there for that. I guarantee you, it does not matter where they are. If you Kingdom Hall, Jehovah's Witnesses, if you go to Mosque number 11, if you're a part of Islam, they have the events that you are going there for, the spiritual side. In the house of prayer, though, there's a business side that while you are caught up, while you're getting your joy, while you are shouting, while you're putting it all out, you don't realize that shout got you putting more out, putting more out, putting more out. You will leave broke and be happy. Happy that you gave them all your money. So the members of the house of prayer would now be back upstairs preparing now for the next phase. And what is the next phase? Reports. And this is where you're going to hear next. Who's husband? Who's on? This one says, Addie, go home. Every time. And sometimes you'd hear Yaka. Next, the second on top is the House Secretary, Sister, I don't want to be beat. Yaka. Next on top is the President of the Queen Board, Saint, Missionary, Willing Worker, Faithful, Devoted, every night, Sister, I'm not gonna get touched. Yaka. Come on, band, let's hear it. And there was a song that the band would play back then. Everybody understood. When they play that, sometimes people come running inside and all around the organization. But the people would be so caught up now, they want to know who beat who. This report is the baddest report I've ever seen. This report right here, I don't remember seeing nothing like this. This is the highest and the yeah, this is the greatest. Yeah, that's right. This one right here, yeah, build it up, build them up, build them up, build them up, build them up. And this one says, Eddie, go home. And the people be yelling and yelling. Dun, dun. Next house. And the next house come up. And the same thing. And the same thing. And the same thing. And the people would be lined up to see who beat who. Who's on top. Who went down. Ah, man, you almost got him. You were right there. You were right there. But somebody got to go down. Somebody got to go down. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? This one down. No, they got you. This one is on top. And the members would be going around, marching around, yelling and screaming. And then after that's all over, then we got G class. And now they take the stage for G class, and everybody like, I got you this time, boy. We're going to get you next year. We're going to get you next year. Or next time, 3 months later. And then after G class. Precious, we have a little bit more here. We got 5 buses that came out of, and they have something for you, sir, that they would like to. Peace, Precious. It's good for us to be here. It's good to see you one more time. We decided to come on down because we wanted to be a part of this. We were not going to let this go. We were not going to allow you to come through this city, and we're not going to take a part of it. So we came so that we can be here to enjoy services with Precious. And so here we are, and we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you in such a big way. Ain't that right? Bus number 105. Yes. Let me hear you, 105 yet. And then another bus. And then another bus. We too decided to come because we was not going to allow this day to pass by us and us not be a part of it. So we decided to come and be here so that we could look at you one more time and be blessed. And now we just want to say, ain't that right? M98, yes. What you say about it, M98? Yes. Let me see you, M98. Yes. 5 buses. That's not all, sir. We also had out of the state of 3 more buses that came. After all of this, here comes another. Sir, there's somebody who wanted to actually give you something on their own behalf, and we're going to give them the mic right now. Sir, we wanted to do our own thing. We didn't want to work along with the house. We didn't want to work along with the bus. We wanted to do our own thing. And this is from the I'm Right Now family. And so this is the business side. While everybody's going through the motions, for the spiritual side to get the joy, unspeakable joy. This is the business side. And after each one, this is rough right here. I ain't never seen this. Ooh, y'all beat a whole house by yourself. That family right there by themselves. Woo! Just your report tells me, hey, go home, go home, go home. Next, we have one more, sir, who would like to come up. Now, this might take another 45 to an hour, minutes to an hour. But you're so engulfed in it that you don't realize the time is flying, and this is the business side. Because you're there for the joy. You don't see it. You don't understand it. You're not catching it. You're not paying attention to what's going. You're not watching what has come and what is going. You're paying attention to the joy. You're paying attention to how it feels. You're enjoying them. That's right, y'all. I see you. You go, boy. And it's all about how much. And the joy just got us just in. And the bands, and the whole time sometimes, and the whole time you're just rocking. Don't realize that this is the business side now, the business side. And that band, the drum beat, and don't let the young man from the clouds, don't let him start. And you just in. And while they on the microphone, you just in. And by the time you get going, you don't even realize that I'm built you up again. You about ready for another Wilhelmina punch because your whole shirt is dripping sweat and you've been there for an hour just doing this. Don't even realize it. Most of the members of House of Prayer should be so healthy because they're fit, heart rate always up. That's why they lose so much weight, because those bands got you in there like you over there with the Little Richard, the man who was in the gym shorts doing exercises, sweating with the oldies. You just in there doing your thing. And this is the business side. And by the time and the higher he goes, and you just sitting there, and all of a sudden somebody got to usher you. I would be out in the middle aisle and I'm doing something, and there you go. And while the band going, and they going, and they going, and they going, and they going, the whole time, joy. And by the end of all of that, from the time he's here to coming down the aisle, to the program, to the love march for the seniors, the love march for the youth department, the grannies going up, and then the love gift reports, and then the G-class reports, and then the bus reports, and then the individual member reports. Here we come to the best. We've now come to the best part of the service, where we hear from none other than the man of God. The next voice you hear will be that of our very own. Let us all rise for prayer. Right here, the business part. While your heads are down, people don't see what's going on. And by the time you hear amen, amen, hey, it's just a cue. Prayer's over. And we want to raise our hands and repeat prayerfully after me, saying, Lord, Lord, oh, Lord, huh, huh, huh. But before that, let us clap our hands for the founder, organizer, builder of this great holy kingdom. Let us clap our hands for his successor. Let us clap our hands for his successor. Let us clap our hands for his success. And then somebody else who's waiting on the side. Everybody in the building. Almost like the guy who introduces the boxing match for the night. The millions of TV fans all over the world. All the viewing audience on television and all of those in the building. Are you ready? But you don't hear that. What you hear is, let us all clap our very glad hands and lift them high. Oh, sweet, sweet. The energy, I'm telling you, have you up here. And by the time they're done, sweet, precious, and you might go again. And depending on how they feel, they may let the band play so everybody just shout while they go. Sometimes they'll bring the band down and so they can talk. But by that time, you've had 3 chicken wings, some fries, 2.5 Wilhelmina punches. You've lost about 8 pounds in sweat. And you have enjoyed yourself almost as if you went to King's Dominion or Disneyland for the evening. You will have had so much joy, the joy. And that joy has you so caught up. And so people, when they travel, we're not talking about outside of service. Outside of service is a whole nother ball game. We're not talking about outside of service. We're not talking about anything else. But in the service, you're going to get so caught up that you're going to leave looking forward to the next time. And if it's a weekend, woo, child, oh my good gracious. Tonight, I can't wait till we come back tomorrow. This was just the start. Tomorrow night, and they will pump you up. They know what and on tomorrow night, we're going to be back here one more time. We're going to welcome him back to the city again as the members come in, and we're going to have a glorious time. They will pump you up. And that next night, people come in droves. The joy is what we're talking about. That's for those looking for the spiritual side. And I'm telling you, it is real. We're not talking about what's behind it. We're just talking about the joy, how you feel afterwards. That feeling is what people are looking for. To come in and dump it all there. Let it all out. To go in and shout, 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 and leave knowing that you've dropped it all. All the sin, all the stuff, all the things, all the events. You're there and you're leaving it all so that you can leave 100% free. I am free indeed. Just like Martin said, free at last, free at last. Great goodness. I am free at last. and you walk away going home or to your hotel, just no more chains, no more bounds, no more bonds, no more guilty feelings, no more guilty conscience. You're free. And then on tomorrow, you come back to do it all over again. While you don't pay attention to how many times we saw this. We're not paying attention. This is the business side. And all of that's the business side. Now, when you leave, you go back to your hotel room or you go back home. And you have to figure out how you're going to pay the bills. You have to figure out how you're going to take care of all of the day-to-day necessities. But when they leave, they're not leaving worrying about how to pay the bills. They're leaving worrying about how are we going to count up all this money. People, what I'm telling you is there's times when floors have had piles. Y'all hear me? Floors have had piles, and they had to count it. Piles. Nobody giving coins to a maid. You're not going to give a maid 4 quarters and have that maid go up to the front. There ain't no maid going to take no 4 quarters. Not one maid. You better not bring no quarters up here. You bring some quarters up here if you want. Ain't no maid going to take no 10 dimes. You ain't going to give no maid no, no 20 nickels. They're not taking 2 rolls of pennies. It's all going to be, they getting cash money. And those piles are going to be huge. So the point that I'm making is this. 2 crowds of people. There's the spiritual side and there's the business side. And those who are there for the joy need to also know about the other side. The business side ain't no joke. Because those who are joyful are also the most broke. Because they know that when you get the people feeling good, some people are going to dig deep. And they will tell you, let's dig deep in our pockets. Dig deep, deep, deep down to the lint. And y'all know y'all got some lint in them pockets. Let's go down to the lint. And the whole point is to try to get as much as they can get. So it's real, everybody. For those of you who know, you know it's real. Right now, as we've just described, the individuals have learned to capitalize on this, right? So in Baltimore, I was told, that someone had actually shouted and went down on their knees, and it looked like they were worshiping. And when I heard about it, I was like, oh. See, you have to know at some point that there's a show behind what you're seeing in the front. You have to know this. You have to know this. The last several stops, I've also been told that there's been remarks made during sermons about attendance dropping. Now, I've been saying all over the organization, people are not coming, they're not participating, they're not cooperating, they're not attending. And now you're hearing it, where there's this big motivating factor where, okay, if nobody else, you're not going to listen to nobody else. Well, you got to hear this one because this is the one who's going to give you, you're going to get this from him. Just look on him tonight. Look on him. Just look on him. Look on him. You can be healed. Whatever you have, you can be healed. If you just look on him, look on him, look on him, catch your blessing, you can be healed. All them sick people in the audience, all them sick men sitting across the front, some being pushed in wheelchairs, some walking with walkers, the ones who's supposed to be doing the healing, many of them are sick and riddled with diseases. And we're saying to look at this person, I can be healed. And when he waves, you got to catch your blessing and you can be healed. Obviously, a lot of people have not learned how to play catch because a lot of people have not been healed. And the ones right across that front, a lot of them haven't been healed either. And so when people are telling you that you can get something that they themselves have not gotten, that you can feel something that they themselves have not felt, that you can see something that they themselves have not seen. When people tell you you can hear something that they themselves have not heard, I ask you, riddle me this. Who's the one being played? Are you playing them? Or are they playing you? And after all these years, when we take a pause and think about this, we have to come to the conclusion that this really is a show. If not, here's the thing. Go and get your joy. If you're after the joy, go and get your joy. Go get the joy, but do this instead. Leave your wallet and your purse in the car. Don't go without money. No. You need money so you can get the Wilhelmina punch and the half smoke. Can't forget about the half smoke. The chili cheese, onions and relish, ketchup. Carry money with you, but don't take it in the service. Get the joy and don't take money, and watch the difference of how things begin to play out later. See what happens. What I'm telling you is that is the reason that there's ones now talking about attendance. You need to be out every night. You need to get out every night. Why are they saying you need to get out every night? Because every night, the intent is to get you so that they can get you every night to do this every night, every single night. So if I come every night, okay, no problem, but leave the money at home or in the car. Get the joy. Get the joy. Get your joy. Wherever you are, wherever you go. But if joy is for sale, I'm not buying. Because joy, especially the joy that is talked about of the Lord, is not for sale. Not the joy of his. But man's joy, oh, that's a product. Yeah, we'll sell you that all day long. And we'll sell you the warranty too. And the warranty you can get for extra $295. But it's a year's warranty. It's going to expire. You need to extend. My point is, a lot of people don't realize that there's things attached to feelings and emotions. And if you don't understand that people will play on your feelings and emotions like they're playing a guitar, I don't know who that was playing you like a something guitar, then you're going to be taken advantage of, and you're the one that's going to end up hurt financially, emotionally, and at some point in time, even psychologically. And that's not even talk about spiritually, because if you're going out to purchase your joy, then you're not getting the joy from the one that you should be seeking joy from. Let me say this again. If you have to purchase your joy, then you are not getting that joy from the one you think you're getting that joy from. That's some other joy. So, our members, we need to take a step back and look at what we're doing. And if the things that we are doing are not in alignment with the things that are right and black and white, well, then how are we going to go there? If the things that we're doing, even outside in the world, if the things that you're doing are not in alignment with the laws of the land, then how are you going to keep your freedoms and your liberties? If the things that you do are outside of the confinements of the law of the land, then the law of the land eventually will take you and remove you from society and put you in a place where you no longer have freedoms and liberty. This is why the scripture talked about being going to preach to spirits that were in prison. Spirits are imprisoned in the afterlife for those who did not live in this world within the confinements of black and white, what's written, what's in letters. If you don't walk within the laws of him, then you will not have your spiritual freedom and liberty up there or even in the new earth for eternity. You will lose your freedoms and liberties if you do not walk within the laws of the Spirit here. So we need to ensure and make sure that not only we're walking in the law and that we're getting the joy that we seek from him, which is free. His joy is free. If we get that joy, we will not end up suffering because we can't pay our bills. We won't end up suffering because we can't meet our needs, especially for those who have an income. And for those who don't have one, well, the disciples taught what they were taught, to put our trust in our Father, which art in heaven. And if you, being an evil generation, can give good gifts unto your own natural, biological, human children, well, what about our Father in heaven? Is he not more gracious and good than human beings? He said he will give you more. But if we don't believe that he will give to us, then he's not going to give to us. If we feel that we have to take the money that he's blessing us with to take care of our households and give to someone in order to purchase their joy, then no wonder why some of us are suffering. So for those of us who are suffering, the point in all of this is this. Suffering can come to an end, will come to an end once we wake up and begin to check the way we're doing things. And if we look at what people are doing and we search the law and line up what they're doing to the law, and we find that there's some that's not doing what's here in the law, then that's your reason why we are suffering, because the ones who are over the people, if they're not abiding by the law, then we already know that we have individuals that's not going to be looking out for our best interests. And therefore, we need to make sure that we all are here in the law. And for those who are not, well, the question is, what does the law say about it? So where we are right now within our organization, we're looking for and we're waiting on people who has the opportunity and the authority to look at the laws and make a determination according to anything that they have, to see if certain ones have indeed done things outside of the law. And if we've done things outside of the law, then those individuals get to say whether or not this is going to remain the same or whether something's going to change. And let me say something. Change is good. Change is not bad. Change is good. We should always be changing for the better. All of our lives. The older we get, we should be changing things. If I'm 10 years old, I'm going to think like a 10-year-old. But if I'm now 15, I should no longer be thinking like a 10-year-old. I should be changing my own ways to progressively improve my thinking so that I am thinking better as a 15-year-old. Change should mean progress. Even animals, certain insects and certain amphibians, they change their outer shell. And when they change their outer shell, it is a sign of growth. They've outgrown their old shell. So now when they pull out of it, that shell remains there, and I've changed, and I have a new shell. Change is good. So as we progressively move forward, we want to always be mindful of how we're moving forward. Are we moving forward to come out of the exoskeleton and leave it behind because we've outgrown it? Or are we trying to go back and fit in it? How would you look now that you're 21, trying to put on the same suit that you wore at a wedding when you were a ring bearer at 7 years old? You're going to look kind of funny wearing a suit that belongs to a 7-year-old. My point is, are we looking for signs of growth, or are we satisfied being stagnant and not moving at all? The question is, what are our leaders doing to progressively move us forward? Or are they doing everything they can to keep us stagnant? What do you say about it? This time I'm going to go to the comments and see what it is that we have here. Good evening, Jamal. Peace abide. Hello. Karine, Aunt Karine, good evening. NBNNC, this reenactment of services hilarious. Thank you. Just proving my point and allowing you all to understand what's really going on in front of us, because entertainment can be blinding. And this is how magicians make a lot of money. They play tricks on the eyes. So while you're looking at this right here, you don't realize that there is no quarter. And then all of a sudden, you see a quarter. What in the world? They played a trick on your eyes. We have to learn. What did the disciples learn? Watch as well as pray. But watch. We have not been taught, nor have we learned how to watch. And those who are watching, we have to learn how to watch effectively. So thank you. Jola Violante, hello. Joshua Edwards, hello. Getting the line, right. Getting the line. Addie's line, Tiffany. Yes. Yep. I ain't gonna like, I ain't gonna lie. I love the love marches. The love marches had people they had you going, the energy. Tiffany with Apostle Griner. So hype. Yes, that man will hype you up in a heartbeat. Joshua Edwards, whose line is it? Absolutely. Sounds like a bunch of shenanigans. Larita says, NBNNC, and indeed, that's what it was and is. Yeah, a bunch of shenanigans. Tiffany, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Someone would win the love march. Yes, the last person in the march, they would win, and people would clap their hands. But that march might have gone on for an hour and 20 minutes. Educated and smart. Hello. Josh says, I saw it go up to $100 in LA. I'm telling y'all, it's crazy. And you got one person after another, dun, 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 and they just putting it down. $100, meaning one person with 100, another person 100, another person 100, another person 100. How much do you think it got to? Okay. We just have to watch. He saw it go to $100, and they had to stop it because these two women just wouldn't stop. One of them went to people around her to get more money to go around the table one more time. SMH. And people were giving it and just wouldn't stop giving it. They had to what he's saying is they had to cut off the love march. Money would still be coming in. Philadelphia, and bring it back more. New York, bring back more. Virginia, bring back more. Baltimore, bring back more. DC, bring back more. Connecticut, bring back more. Greensboro, at the time, back in that day, Greensboro was not a convocation stop. Back in that day, it was Salisbury, North Carolina. And Salisbury used to have the house sweating. The walls would be wet. Salisbury. Old Newport News, Virginia, the walls would be wet. They had that bell with a string coming from the bell that went down to the front. And while you hear dun 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 dun, and somebody would be bing, 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 that old bell in Newport News. And that was the song the bands would play. And again, people would be caught up all the way down Columbia, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, then Charlotte. Be caught up. Tiffany said, then people in the congregation would give the marches money. Yes, absolutely. Josh said, yes, ma'am. Tiffany laughing. Educating the smart. I've watched that and always thought to myself that some of these people don't even have a steady job and giving Cunningham all of their money. I just don't get it. It's the hype. You could be broke. You can have $20 that you know you're going to get a bus pass with because you got to get back and forth to work. But you be so hyped, you figuring out, okay, I'm gonna split this $20 up. I'm gonna break it up, and I'm gonna just give one. I'm gonna just give one. All I'm giving is one, just $1. $1. So you get $1. I need this. And by the time you leave, you gave 10. The hype. You be so hyped up that you don't even realize that you just giving. And you trying to figure it out in your mind. How am I going to do this? Then you start talking about how many people you can go to borrow money so you can give it. Educating the smart. If I'm not a millionaire, I'm not making anybody else one. Right. But it's the hype, the joy, that emotional outcry. And by the time, again, remember the choirs and the bands, you can be just sad, depressed, anxious, worried. You sitting there watching CNN and NBC and ABC and CBS and Fox. And listen, by the time you get done watching all these channels, all this news, you're so depressed. You calling people, trying to get a therapist, trying to get somebody to give you some consultation. But then you get inside there and all of a sudden you just ready. You're going to lay it all down because the joy. Grannies, NNC, and Tiffany, yeah, the babies. Most these single mothers struggling too. Yes. And why do they do it? To get more money. This is why they break up the love marches. So instead of the whole house, no, we're going to get the seniors. Then we're going to get the youth. And oh, yeah, we got to get them babies. Them babies. But who's the ones putting the money in the baby's hand? Listen, this whole thing, I'm telling you, you got to pay attention. Yep, the grannies, 6 months to 6 years old. B. Mevderman, hello, the line never ends. No, it doesn't. The Lively Stones played that for the grannies, Educate and Inspire. Right, Sesame Street. Come and play, everything's A-okay. Oh my gosh, them people would be, they played the Jeffersons, moving on up. I think that was Portsmouth too. Listen, the people would just, the joy would have you just giving your money. Josh says, sunny day, chasing the clouds away. Yes, sunny day, chasing the clouds of, right? I'm telling you, the joy. Tiffany said you're capturing all of the nuances. Educating the smart, everybody has the same shout now. I know, right? It's been that way for a while. Yes, they do have the same shout now, Larita says. I know, it's hilarious to watch. Educating Lewis has the shout. Joshua Evers, can you tell me how to get to Logan Circle? Oh gosh. Yeah. Let us not go there. No, abort. Educating sports, right? LOL. I can't wait for the change that's coming. We really need it. Absolutely. Don't worry. Help They say, help is on the way. Help is on the way. Da, 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 da. Be Mevdom and shout your money right out of your pockets. Absolutely. I'm telling y'all. And there's certain houses, they will let you shout until you cough up a lung. And then here comes the money. I'm telling you, it's nothing like it. It changed a lot after I left, Larita says. Convocation season equals revenue season. No doubt. That y'all have no clue how much comes in. The amounts of, oh my, if y'all just only knew. You have no idea. And the worst part of it all, you are giving as a congregation. The pastor had you give $764,000 in this report, and you have a broken commode in the bathroom stall? Are you kidding me? And the commode has not worked for over 18 years. This is just one report. And you giving reports 4 times a year. These pastors, you have to pay attention. You're the one using that stall. The public is the one using that stall. Pastors, they ain't using that stall. They're not concerned about that stall. You have to pay attention. Who is being played like a Hawaiian guitar? Educated and Smart says, and then Murray carries the brown paper bag to the car. They always secure the bag. Absolutely. 100%. And if you all don't understand, you got certain people who's being used for a reason, and certain people are being used for everything. These are the ones inside the VIP lounge. Remember, we made the video talking about House of Prayer juke joint. While you in the front and the keyboard or the piano, and you just enjoying. Give me some more Willa Pin the Punch. And they bring you your punch and you just enjoying. Thank you. But they in the back room. The VIP lounge. VIP lounge. They're not doing back there what y'all doing in here. Those are the ones benefiting from what y'all doing out there in the front of the juke joint. You're not at the back. You have no clue what's going on. If you're not at the back, if you're not VIP, you have no clue what's going on. Is it joy or just a concert rave? That question, that part. And why do people go to concerts? Because of the feeling. They got their favorite singer, and oh my Snapple. When, listen, you don't even have to. Whenever you hear, or no, they had turn all the lights black, turn all the lights off, and one spotlight on a shadow. And you had a man whose silhouette was on the shadow, and he had a hat, and he stood there like this. And everybody knew who that was just by looking at the shadow. That man just stand there like this. And they had a beat would come on to Billie Jean or Thriller, Michael Jackson, people in the audience would just scream. They just scream, go crazy, just screaming. Why? That's the feeling that they went there for. Inside, I don't believe it. People go to service for that feeling. Some people literally go wherever the sounds go. Some people go wherever the clouds go. Some people go wherever the glorious sounds go. Some people go wherever the hummingbirds go. Some people go where you got certain bands that some people follow, certain choirs some people follow. And we have some choirs that will wear a song all the way out. What are they seeking? That feeling. The same as a person going to a concert or absolutely a rave. And if you're feeling down, people going there to get picked up. This is real, people. But the problem is what is taking place to take advantage of you. Put it back. To take advantage of you while you're there seeking the joy, while you're there seeking the emotions. There's people taking advantage of what you're looking for so that they can prosper. Convocation, educated, smart season, or capitalization season. That's a good one. Convocation or capitalization. Are you capitalizing on the people? And the answer is yes. Why do you think that they line up everywhere with booths and tables? And what are they going to be doing? Selling food. They're capitalizing. Somebody may say, well, no, they're not capitalizing on the people. They just know it's going to be a lot of people and they don't want all the people in the cafeteria. No, that's not why. That's not why at all. You got one cafeteria that's, two, during the week at 6 and Elm Street, Paradise Cafeteria. And you have a line that comes around there. And people know when they get there for breakfast, they might have to get inside the line. And they stand there and they wait. Same thing for lunch. Same thing for dinner. All those tables are not because of the crowds that's coming. All those tables is because they know a crowd is coming. There's a difference. And they're there to capitalize. And it's not the people who's doing it. It's the chairmans and the pastors who's telling the people, now y'all know we got to get, they coming. Y'all know we got to get this money. They will tell you this. We got to get this money. Y'all know what we got to do. So we're going to set up booths, and who want to take the table, and who wants to take the booth, and who wants to, now it's to a point where you got to pay in order to get the kitchen. You have to pay to use the kitchen. You can't just put your name on the list like you used to. I'll take the kitchen for the month of April. No, you can't. No, you got to pay. We've already paid for that. Capitalizing. Pay attention. Everything is about that dollar bill. Back in the day, the dollar bill, y'all. That's what this is, the dollar bill. NBC said, yep, educated and smart. Wilhelmina punch, right? Joshua, goodness gracious. The Swarangers pushed that mess. Yes, and they tore the people up in sales. Wilhelmina punch everywhere. You just see the great big punch cups. And don't let the tractor trailer that would be parked on the side everywhere you go. Convocation, you see that truck and you go outside and all you hear is, that's the generator beside that truck with all the electricity being used. And they got cotton candy, they got snowballs, they got hot dogs, they got chili dogs, French fries. When you see that white truck, you knew it was convocation. You knew it was on. United House of Prayer for All People, Holy Convocation Seat, you know it's on. This right here, it is on. And there's certain things like you would hear, like I said, that Hawaiian guitar for testimony service. People, you just knew that right there, convocation. Everybody who back in the day, you knew who Missionary Brown was. Everybody knew who Missionary Brown was. She coming up, you knew who St. Daughtry was. These are two women all around the organization. They're going to come up and they're going to come up the middle aisle. And Missionary Brown, you knew convocation. When it comes to Sister Daughtry, you knew convocation. Convocation. She going to the front. She going to do this. Convocation. Every service, you're going to see her everywhere. You knew sitting in that crowd, you're going to hear somebody in the back. Thank you, Eddie. You're going to hear them all through the service. Thank you, Daddy. You knew convocation. Thank you, Daddy. People would clap because they knew you have arrived to your destination. Convocation season, next stop, Buffalo, New York. It's convocation is on. You know what you hear. Even walking up the sidewalk, you can hear the music. You see on the sidewalk, people walking, you got the badge. People looking for the joy. And the joy was capitalized upon. New York City, the House of Prayer, the old house. You could walk up those great big steps, almost like you're going up to Mount Sinai. Them steps. All them steps. People would take people 10 minutes to walk down them steps. And people at the behind the kitchen, there were some old wooden steps that were going to the rooftop of the House of Prayer. And you out there at nighttime, and you can hear the bands inside, the choirs inside, but people out on the roof in New York, and you can sit on the ledge and eat your food and listen to the service. Walking on the sidewalk, they would have the windows open, and you can hear as you're standing on the outside, the truck would be parked in the front, and you can eat your hot dog, your chili dog, your whatever, drink your Wilhelmina punch, and still hear the service. And after the last, soon as people hear, at this time, we're going to have the people would go flooding inside. Why? Because Love March is coming. People are hurrying up, putting stuff out because they get ready to go get in the march. There's certain things that you knew represented convocation. Ooh, in a trash can. Yes, that's how much they were going to sell. But that trash can, you best believe, is going to be clean. And they would empty that trash can. Wilhelmina Punch might have a little corner. At the end of the night, after everybody's gone, they come around cleaning up the sidewalks, the trash everywhere. They'd be cleaning up, and you go to them, you got any more punch here? And they pour out the bottom of that can and fill up one more cup. The history. And some people going inside because they sleep on the pews, pillows and blankets. You see people with suitcases going in. This was the joy of House of Prayer at the day when people are looking for the joy. In fact, still today, people looking for it. That's why they're going. It has nothing to do with the one who's up there now. It's just this joy. But at least the people might hear a word. Money, 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 cash only, right. Diabetes punch. Yes, I meant the food is bad. Oh, right now, yeah, it's not what it used to be. It's not what it used to be. And some places you can still go and get your burnt hot dog. A lot of people don't like the the nice soft hot dog. Some people want a hot dog with that black strip on it that's been on the grill for 8 minutes too long and it's gotten so burnt that it's crispy, it crunches. Some people love that thing because it reminds them of Uncle Bert, who burnt hot dogs on the grill when they were 14 years old at Aunt Susan's birthday party. It's just a reminder, right? People remember things, and that little thing gives them joy. This is why people do it, because they want to feel joy. Nobody want to be mad and angry and down all the time. So now you've got ushers making sure you use hand sanitizer before you sit down. Sit down right. You came broke and leave broker. Yes, people put their gas money inside and they pray, please let me get home. Please let me get home. But you put your gas money inside. Oh, gosh. And people say, yeah, man, the good old days. I live in the Washington, D.C. area and refuse to go to service because I've seen enough antics for this weekend. Yes, this weekend I've heard it's bad. Right, it's bad. Right now, the stuff that's going on to make people think that this person is filled and endowed with the power from on high. It's bad. Right now, it's so bad. I get a lot of complaints. A lot of people are not going. They're just done. I've said before, the recordings that's going around, people just instantly just dump it. They don't listen to it. Some people saying that they can't stand the voices of certain individuals. It's just bad. But this can be changed. If we're looking for individuals to do us right, it can be changed. I've said that it could all be, and by change, I don't mean change this, change. I mean the leadership can do better if they do things right. That's all I'm saying. And so what we've been doing is we've been hoping for people to just do the right thing. Like Spike Lee said, he wrote a movie, do the right thing. You know, the people in the audience, the people in the neighborhood, the people who's rising up to have marches and revolt, have a revolution. It's not because they want you out. They don't care about you being there in the first place. They just want you to do the right thing. Mr. President, do the right thing. Mrs. President, Madam President, Mr. Governor, Madam Governor, the King, the Queen, the Mayor, whoever, police officer, judge, lawyers, mom, dad, school teachers, supervisors on the job. Do the right thing. That's all people want. They want everybody to do the right thing. And if people who's in charge and in the front do the right thing, then where's the back going to go? They're going to be led to the right destination. But if the front does not do the right thing, then the people in the back are going to end up at the wrong destination. Where are we at? We didn't sign up to come here. They just want people to do the right thing. And this is what we're saying. MBNNC says idiocy. I think I gotta clean my glasses. But it's true. Jola Violante says, so true, Brother Lewis. And then MBNNC, the whole thing is an emotional roller coaster, and I'm glad I'm off the ride, right? Educated, this sounds even crazier with you explaining the madness. We need to change. We need to change. It's if the joy, if it was real, and which it is for a lot of people, I don't want to give the wrong impression. But a lot of people just don't see the business side of things. And it should not be a business. It should not. There should not be people looking for the money. But unfortunately, this is where we are. Spirit of Gollum. Yes. MBNNC. Someone hand Brother Lewis and Oscar. But this is what it is, right? B. Mevderman, Bishop McCullough would kick one leg out, and second report, he'd get up, third report, and he'd go home. Yes, he would. And that's where you're yakkow, right? Even the special effects, educated and smart, all of the money pays for the ringmaster suits and tent dresses. Yes, absolutely. Correct. Lewis, don't drink no more coffee tonight. It's not, I think back, and I, just like you all, you remember those times. And when you start to remember those times, how many of you remember, you start thinking and you remember even the RVs, right? The recreational vehicles that would park outside the house of prayer. You remember the cars that people would sleep in, their cars. You'd pass by people sleeping in cars. You would come inside of the sanctuary, the house of prayer be open all night long. And people in the sanctuary, you could hear while talking, you're talking about the good times, or you're talking about last year, or you're talking about whatever, but you can hear people turning over on the pews. And so you're quiet, because while you're also talking softly, there might be one dim light in the back, because they know that people are asleep. And so you hear, and that would be inside the sanctuary. And people knocked out. But these are the memories that I recall. And it would be so peaceful. And even if you went to sleep, you would sit up and you just sit there with that dim light in the house of prayer sanctuary. And you see one person getting up to excuse themselves to go out to the restroom, to go get some water, to go get a snack, make their way back. They'd open up a suitcase. They're rummaging through the suit. And somebody else, but it was the sounds were so peaceful. You couldn't help but just take it in. And you wouldn't think about nothing. Those memories, when they come back. People would start coming in Sunday school. Those were the best Sunday schools, because you'd have Sunday school and people would be waking up. And during Sunday school, you see people getting their suitcases and garment bags to get themselves ready for services that day. Sunday school would be hot. You'd have 30, 40, 50 people involved talking about the word, while you hear the generators in the back, and they're filling up or making sure the pool, because the pool baptism would be getting set up, and the water, they would be testing the water. But all those memories, the nuances that you spoke of earlier, if I didn't know any better, I think you're exaggerating. I always left out, then returned in hopes of getting some word scripture, which often didn't happen. Right. The way I'm talking about, everybody will tell you. I just gave you an accurate depiction of how service was at that time. And you didn't hear nothing about the word. You know why? Those seeking joy, it was the music. And the spiritual side, whenever there was a sermon, you can hang it up. And if they preach the real word, and they're talking about Paul, or they're talking about Peter, they're talking about James, if they give you the word, talking about Jesus or Old Testament Moses, you would preach. You go, you preach it, boy. You better preach. People be excited. People be excited. And then the band kick up again. That's a wrap. But the mind would not entertain a negative thought because you were just having so much joy. But we did not see the business side. And now, today, the business side has overtaken the spiritual, joy seeking portion of the service, where now the programs are rushed. Now the bands are given 1 or 2 minutes. And instead of playing for 10 minutes, when you have the Thunderbirds, when you have the Invaders, are you kidding me? The Kings of Harmony, Happy Land Band, when you had these guys come, listen, you'd be just gone. It'd be nothing, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. And they always be saying, take care of the shouters, take care of the shouters, take care of the shouters. Ushers, ushers, ushers. And the bands be ready to strike up again. Dennis, wait a minute, band, hold it, band, hold it, band, hold it, band. Take care of the shouters, hold it, band, hold it. You heard that all night long because people would just be gone. Now, the band in 2 minutes' time, they got to try to get going. So what you used to hear is, especially with, again, the Lively Stones with those songs, there's one, I Got Joy or Big Bad John. They could come in and they know they got time to work it. Little John, Butch, they got time to work it. But now you got done. They got to hurry up and get that song out. And then they're getting cut off. The spirit, people say the services seem forced, they seem rushed, and they are. Why? Because everything is nothing but money. And now the business side is so out in your face in the open that people can see it's nothing but money, especially when you got people who are hungry and you're seeking the money. When you have a layoff, the government shutdown, and people don't have, but you're still seeking the money. What the people now can see is that, oh, this is all you're wanting. This is all you're asking for. This is all you're doing. I'm telling you, this is the show. To get that business side going, to keep it going, that's the show. It is about that. And it's so obvious now, people just, and after all the statements that's been made, they know that they can't trust. They know that they can't believe. They know that another lie is going to come, and another lie is going to come, and another lie is going to come. And people are tired of hoping. They're tired of, so people are tired of being hurt. So instead of going where they're going to get the joy, they've been going and getting pain. And people are trying so hard to get joy that you throw anything at them, they're going to try to catch it. So it seems forced. Congratulations, Joshua says, 3-week-old baby whose grandma donated. You're on Addict, right? Right. There's children now who are not working. They're babies now not working. Toddlers on Addie's Club. How did they get there? I remember the time 4 years ago. 4 years, this is 26. This is back in 2022 and 21, where the notion was, wouldn't it be something if the entire family could get on Addie's Club? where families are coming up all at once, not members, but families, the entire family. This was promoting the money. And if you stop to think, you can hear it over and over and over and over and over again. The money promotions, the money, the money. But the commode is still not fixed. We have, while the people were in need, I shared with you, there were applications that people were told, if you need assistance, come and put an application in. But the application allowed you to get a list of different places you can go to find help. Not to help you, but different places you can go to find help. Thanksgiving, for the people who donated food, we're going to take the food that you donated, the oranges, the apples, the bananas, the pineapples, the potatoes, the yams, the cabbages, whatever else. We're going to sell it back to you. The people who bought it, we're going to sell it to you. While the people are hungry, stomachs are growling, the Maybach is outside. And for those who are really not paying attention, it would seem that these antics are working to get the people back again. Get them back again. Let's just get them in here. Let's promote. Tell them about the next big thing. Tell them about the next event. Tell them what you're going to do down here. Tell them, they get them looking forward. Get them looking forward. Hurry up and get the bands. Make sure you got at least 4 bands. 4 bands. Everywhere we go, 4 bands. Make sure you got the choirs coming, because we got to get the people in here to get them the joy, and we got to get them joy so we can get the money. Every night, you need to be here every night, is to get the money. We have to watch. And if that's not working, well, of course, I need to allow you to see me do something to make it look like everything that I'm telling you is real, that I have the power from on high, that when you look at me, yes, you can be healed. When you touch me, yes, you can be healed. If I touch you, heal. Touch you, heal. Touch you, heal. I can't touch you, healed. Heal. Heal. What about all these individuals that are leaving here and we're having their funerals? What about all the individuals writing letters because they have been sick for weeks and months and years? But looking did not heal them. Touching did not heal them. The lemon cream, the cocoa butter cream, the cocoa butter lotion, the bergamot, the XLD, the roots, olive oil, the shampoo, the body wash, the pine soap. Loved the pine soap. Can't get enough of it. Healed. The petroleum. Healed. All the blessed products. A long list. Besides the baptism water. The one thing that you could get for free, I'm sorry, 2 things. The 2 things that you could get for free was baptism water and a copy of these epistles. Today, no more copies of epistles. Now the only thing is baptism water. But the blessed products for free. For sale. The Sunday school books for sale. Calendars, literature. This is the business. The business. Tiffany, and going back to the baby, how we get a baby in top 10? Y'all got to wake up to get the people to come, to energize the people, to energize. It's for that. What are you getting for that? Tiffany, no word at the show, right? It's just show business, right? It's easier to stomp when there's less money holding you down, right? Leave your money in the car. Uh, so it's a capitalizing on feelings. Yes, absolutely. But feelings aren't facts, right? The facts are we've been lied to. The facts are we've been duped. The facts are something is wrong. Now, can you say, no, 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 it's not our job? Matthew 7:1. Judge not that ye be not judged. Now, y'all heard me say a whole lot of stuff. I'm not saying that anymore. Mm-mm, mm-mm. That's for other people, for them to say. So when they say, okay, we have something wrong here, it's because they have power and authority to say it, and they have power and authority to put things to an end. So the power and the authority that they have can allow things to be realigned with what's supposed to be. So when anybody tells anyone that they're waiting on someone to look at this so that they can fix it, excuse me, when anybody comes in so they can tell you that they're going to fix something, then you should allow them to fix it, or at least look at it to see if something needs to be fixed. You hear a noise coming from your pipes. You're not going to go and just start digging into the pipes. You're going to call a plumber, have them check it out. You take your car in to get your car looked at. You don't get it fixed because you don't know if it needs to be fixed. It needs to get looked at, and let them tell you whether something needs to be fixed. This is what is required here. Joshua laughing. Who's got 15 cents to round it off? Jeria. Yes. Literally and figuratively. Right. Joshua knows LA. Chubby's Po' Boy downstairs. The Po' Boy sandwich. This is a fried shrimp sandwich on a bun with mayonnaise, relish, little lemon juice, fried shrimp, lettuce and tomato. Forget about it. The Po' Boy sandwich. MBNC hit the slave fields every night, more nights than you miss. Right. To come out every night. To give. Devona says, what's your thoughts on Cunningham changing his schedule for Virginia? He's not coming out this Friday now because of rest. Wow. I did not know that. Wow. Huh. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I might have to get back to you on that because, very interesting. I might have to get back to you on that. I have to look into something first. However, we know that our bishops don't have a habit of putting out an itinerary and then canceling anything. This is very interesting. So Let's just monitor this and see how this goes, because that is highly suspect, meaning there's something, of course, behind it. And when we say, well, it's just rest, he needs rest. Well, why do you need rest? You're only coming out for a service that's going to be what, 3, 4 hours long? What are you doing where you need rest? You're not working at the plant. You're not out at the shipyard 5 days a week. You're not out putting in manual labor anywhere. What are you doing that you need rest? You're not going out until Friday night. What do we call Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? And you're not expected to be out till Friday night. Well, okay, let's say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If Thursday's aside for traveling or Friday morning, you still rested. I, for one moment, something about the milk is not clean. We have to monitor this. I need to check into some things, but thank you for bringing that up. How did you know that he's not coming to Virginia? If you know that, please share with us and let us know. MBNC, he has a history of hypertension. Maybe his blood pressure is high. Possibly. It's got to be hard for him. It's got to be hard. My heart goes out to him. I told you before, for those of you who don't know, we came up together, kind of, sort of. We didn't like come up side by side, but I knew him when I was a child. When we first came in the House of Prayer, he was already attending the House of Prayer that I was in, Salisbury, Maryland, under, in fact, the late Apostle Ray Crow. I looked up to Apostle Ray Crow because if nobody else in the entire House of Prayer, I knew that Apostle Ray Crow was strictly up and down by the book. He was by the law. He lived right. He lived what he taught, and he taught what he lived. I have to give him nothing but much respect. Who happens to be now his father-in-law, however, Apostle Ray Crow's, Mr. Cunningham's father-in-law, however, he's passed. My heart, I was I couldn't stand him as a child because he was so stern and strict. A lot of people didn't like. We loved and liked and honored and respected the man. It was nothing better. There was no better feeling than to look at Apostle Ray Crow, smile and laugh. There was not a better feeling to see him laugh with you and to appreciate you as an individual, because he was such a hard and a stern man that you wanted to see him smile. And to have him smile at you just make you melt. We grew to love and respect that man so much because he was so sincere about what he did. Salisbury at the time had over 50 members. And Apostle Ray Crow is the one that he built that house up. Apostle Matt did so much for Salisbury, him and his wife. My point is that my heart goes out to Mr. Cunningham. We don't want anything bad to happen. We don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. Same thing with several of the councilmen. I understand a lot of them are dealing with things, whether it's, I can go down a list, but we don't want ill for anyone at all. We keep them in our prayers, and we hope for nothing but the best. However, it's difficult to hope that someone does well At the same time, it looks like there's things that they're intentionally doing. It's like a Ahab, or better yet, a Jezebel. How would you honor Jezebel if you knew what Jezebel is doing? Um, how could you honor Jezebel if you didn't know what she was doing, but you look and it looks like she's doing some bad things? For those who are hoping what we're hoping, we look up to and we love these individuals who are in these positions. Um, so I don't like hearing that there's any issues going on, especially with him having hypertension, and high blood pressure. It's not a nothing thing. It is a very serious thing. So we want nothing but the best. At the same time, we also want people to do what's right. We want people to be out in the open doing what's right. We want people to be transparent about what they're doing. And we want people to allow people to do what they need to do in order to enhance the rest of us. So our hope is that he's doing well. But the reasoning is what I question. Um, Rest is not for me reason to not go to a spot that you're not scheduled to go to until another week goes by. So I don't know. I have to make a couple of calls. He has a history of hypertension. Joshua says, man, educated and smart. Apostle Griner couldn't go to LA one year because his wife was having hip surgery. Bailey told him to get his sons to watch his wife. Wow. Griner told him that his wife is not his son's responsibility. Yeah, absolutely. I find it difficult for individuals that are in these positions to where people are expecting of them to do certain things. At some point in time, you have to stand up. So this story that we just heard, if it's accurate and if it's true, I applaud Mr. Griner. I applaud him. But the same way a man stands for his wife, the congregations need men to stand for their congregations that they're pastors of. The same way a man would stand to protect his family is the same way the scripture says a pastor is supposed to stand up to speak out against and take a stand with both feet planted on behalf of the congregation. And these are the issues because the congregations are suffering at the hands of men who call themselves pastors who are not doing anything whatsoever to protect the congregations. We have pastors who are looking out for number one. We have pastors who are not looking out for who they claim to be their family. These are my sheep. But we have pastors saying, forget the sheep. I'm in this for me. And that is not what a pastor is supposed to be. So when it comes to pastoring, these individuals that have not effectively, positively productively, I don't want to say things to allude to anything. When it looks like people are not doing what they should be doing, it's hard to hold them up. There's a need for a change if the truck driver coming down the mountain will not stop driving at 70 miles an hour. Not only is he going to damage the equipment, but he's also going to be a risk to all the other drivers on the road. We need an individual who's not going to be reckless with the equipment and the truck and careless when it comes to the other motorists on the highway. We need a man who's going to operate the truck by driving 45 miles an hour if you're the pastor, if you are the supervisor, if you're the manager. Your job is to represent the ones who are subordinate to you. This is why the 15th chapter of Deuteronomy talks about a king. That king must first have a book of the law made for them. And the order to Moses to tell Israel, if you have a king, to have that king understand these laws that came from the Creator himself, is for you to read the law every single night so that you understand you are the one I expect to walk within the law. Because how can you hold anybody else to the law or enforce the law on others when you yourself are not abiding by the law? How can you enforce the law or expect others to walk in the law if you don't know the law? So anybody in positions, it's for them to understand that first, especially if you're in a position to govern over other people. And so what I've maintained is we have a very big issue because it appears as if there's a lot of people up here and up here that has absolutely no knowledge of the law. And it appears as if the people at the top are making decisions and choices that actually contradict and conflict with the law. And this is why there's problems in the organization, according to what we've seen. And if the individuals in those positions refuse to listen when others say the law says, and you cannot bring to the attention of anyone, well, then a small problem is going to eventually become worse. And it's going to become worse, and it's going to become worse until that little problem is too big to just put a Band-Aid on it. And this is what we want to try to prevent. But I applaud Mr. Griner for saying that his wife is not his son's responsibility. He knew Griner would get him more money. Yeah, MBNNC. He understood that man on that floor, that man will wear a microphone out. Mr. Griner, he have you running from the parking lot to throw your money on that table. People at home would hear that Apostle Griner get ready to take the floor, would get dressed, run across the street to put that money on. Pastor, that man was no joke. A gift. And his voice said MBNNC. I think Bailey did the same thing with singers too. Yeah. He said just that. Shake my head. He said just that. Yep, it was like a professional carnival. Be Mefterman. Right. Get the people in, let them have fun, let them enjoy. We're going to make the money. We're going to make the money. A traveling circus is to entertain. So you hear that. So you hear the music. Children come in. Mommy, can I ride the ride? Mommy, can I get funnel cake? Mommy, can I get cotton candy? Mommy, can I? Right? All the lights. Dun, dun, and what you hear in the back? Boop, 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 boop. You hear sounds. You hear noise. Ah! All of that is to appeal to your senses to make you want to get over there to be a part of it. But you got to pay. That's why at the circus, you got these different things going on all over what's called the circus grounds. It's set up and designed like a grocery store. If you pay attention, the grocery stores don't have milk and cheese and eggs in the front. Every grocery store has those three things all the way at the back. Why? It's strategic. In order to get the three things that we're going to sell the most, that every household has, we're going to put it in the back. And to get you to buy the jar of mayonnaise, to get you to buy the Toll House crackers, to get you to get another case of lemonade, all those things are on the front of the aisles, and they got signs on them. Special, 2 for $5. Buy one, get one free. This one on sale, $3 off. And before you know it, by the time you got your eggs, your milk, and your cheese, you done gone back and got a shopping cart because now you got $30 worth of more items that you never even went to the store to get in the first place. The circus is set up like that. So things are spread out. Why? So that you will walk around. And as you walk around, you got booths also of food over here, drinks over here, cotton candy over there. You got the funnel cake over here, but it's set up so that wherever you go, you're going to spend more money. That's how the services are. The business side is not what the spiritual, joy-seeking people are seeing. And you're the ones being taken advantage of the most. Yep, I knew you were talking about New York high steps. Those were those were the days. Yeah. Everybody knew about those steps in New York. You see people standing at the top of the steps, not wanting to come down quickly because you don't want to fall down those steps in New York. It would feel like you are falling for 11 minutes straight. So high. Dwayne says, just like Trump, he needs to go. He needs to go. Oh, no, Dwayne. Listen, many people do not like Mr. Trump. Many people can't stand Mr. Trump, President Trump. But by that same token, many people love Mr. Trump. Many people can't go without President Trump. Mr. Biden, a lot of people can't stand him. A lot of people don't like him. But a lot of people love him. A lot of people can't do without him. And it's going to be that way with different people. You have different interests. And because of their interests, they're going to see different things. So when it comes to the business side, you got those individuals, well, they're going to love certain things because you're doing things, scratching backs. When it comes to the spiritual side, if they begin to open their eyes, well, they're not going to like things so much. And now they, I see you. Who is that? I see you. Yeah, I see you. And people are going to expect negativity because they see things going on. So we're going to get this all the time with different people. The hope is if you do the right thing, that's all you can hope for, that people see it, that they acknowledge you for it, and hopefully it helps the most people. If you don't, well, it's just a matter of time before people begin to want something to be done to change the trajectory of where you're heading. Sabrina says they have about to lose their job. Yeah, some people, it's just a matter of time. And we should be looking at some things happening. Dwayne says the bishop has been found out. Give up. Again, all you're going to see is individuals have the opportunity to come. When you call the police, they're not going to immediately run around and arrest people. They're going to ask questions. They're going to look at things. They're going to determine, okay, what happened And was there any harm done? Was anybody offended? Were there any laws broken? If they were, who did it? And let's sit them down and interrogate and see what's going on here before we jump to any conclusions, right? And this is how I'm saying we need to approach this. I was the first one kicking in doors. Y'all need to. Now I'm saying, okay, because that's not helping. I'm now saying, listen, no matter what, even if you stay, Mr. Circus Master, Mrs. Supervisor, even if you stay, can't we just sit down and look at what the law says you're not supposed to do so that you can see that when you do it, the people are being hurt by it? That's all. And if you're not willing to do that, well, then, okay, where can we go so that we can get somebody to come and talk you into looking at this? Because people out there are not going to keep letting this happen. And the hope is that when people look at this, that we can get some decisions made so that the people no longer continue going through what they've been going through, to suffer at the decision making of individuals that's not doing what this here says. And this is what we all need to understand. This is not about somebody liking somebody. This is not about somebody not liking somebody. This is about whoever's in the driver's seat driving the truck. Okay? You're in the front, the Toyota Camry over there. Somebody else is over here in the Chevy Cobalt. Somebody over here is in a pickup truck. All three of you, no matter who you are, driving in your own vehicles, y'all don't need this tractor trailer operated by this person swerving all over the place, because it's going to get us all killed. People need to get on their cell phones and call the authorities to get that guy out of that tractor trailer, because something is obviously wrong. And so they're going to be on the phone calling the 911 immediately to come and see what's going on, because they're going to get people hurt, not even mentioning themselves. This is all we're saying. And we need people to understand that that's all we're saying. You're in your Cobalt, you're in your Camry, I'm in a pickup truck. But we're all on the road together. We're on the highway together. We don't have to ride with one another. The choir is over there in the Cobalt. The band is over there in the Toyota Camry. You got deacons over here in the pickup truck. You got a family of members back here just straggling, trying to make it in a minivan, but we're all on the same road, the same highway called House of Prayer. And the biggest one and the biggest vehicle swerving all over the place, gonna get us seriously messed up. So we need the authorities to pull this truck over to find out why you're swerving. I remember smelling that fried fish in New York City. Oh gosh. Don't get me started on the fish. New York Kitchen had it slamming. And that little teeny tiny kitchen at the back of Charlotte Mission. Charlotte Mission did not have a big kitchen, but that kitchen at the back where the alley was, this long table with little tables up against the wall. But that long table back there, that old kitchen in Charlotte Mission. Matter of fact, they had one in the front and one in the back. And that fried fish, like New York, people. Rob, cracking up. Lifelong says, the worst food I had in the House of Prayer in Charlotte. I ordered chili hot dogs and got just hot dogs with just a bun and mustard. I'm glad They didn't mention who the group was that was selling the hot dogs. But this is my point. All of us got memories of different things in the house of prayer. Peace abide before praying for them. So sad. Yeah. Golden boy. Hey there. How you doing, sir? Lifelong. When will Cunningham be in Augusta? I just want to be nosy. Augusta. Oh gosh. January 14th. January the 14th. He'll be in Augusta. All Things Money says the Sunday school books haven't went out yet either. There could be changes being made. A very good point. On the website, they just released one Sunday school lesson. And when I saw that, I'm like, okay. All right. Somebody's being very, very cautious about what they're doing. So good catch there. Somebody's paying attention. So whenever the norms are changing and things are not consistent as they were, something is wrong. And this is what I'm telling you all. You got to watch and pay attention. Educating the Smart, the announcement was made that he will not be out on Friday. Not sure about the other Virginia stops. Wow. Okay. He has diabetes and hypertension. Let's see right there. That should let you know, right? This here, something wrong. You got people. I'm just saying we have to watch. We got to stop and think for ourselves. The show is about this. And either we're going to wake up, okay, if you continue going, okay, just don't be used. Don't be manipulated while we're waiting for people to see what is happening in here. Don't be used and abused. So stand still and do what you're doing without individuals taking advantage of you. But right now, y'all you keep hearing all the ones in the front, these so-called men who's looking out for you, they're not looking out for you, they're looking out for themselves. They're telling you, bring your money, bring your money, bring your money, bring your money. We need to get money, money, money. Okay, once it's gone, then what? What are you getting for it? Comes out the service, yeah! Okay, what did you get? That's what your stomach is saying at home when it's time to eat, because you don't have anything to put in it. You gave it away. Your stomach is, yes, feed me. Y'all remember that? Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. Little Shop of Horrors. People, we can't keep on doing things that's ending up getting us hurt while other people are taking and taking and taking and not doing anything whatsoever for you, while you do everything for them. Okay. It said he was healed from his diabetes. I heard that as well. But I can't speak on it. All I can say is B. Mevdeman, Pastor, will Bishop Cunningham still be appointing a senior minister at some point? Well, I said a while back, I believe that they're looking at Jimmy Jones. They're looking at Jimmy Jones. And for those of you who don't understand, well, I don't know, he's still doing that. He's going to keep doing everything. I expect them to they're not going to stop. Even though we terminated and fired and this, that, and the other, they know that the law outside is what matters. They know that. So for us inside to say, no, our law says we get to, they're not caring about that. They don't think about that. They ain't worried about that. What they're saying is, yeah, I know what that law says, but you ain't going to come up in here. You ain't taking nothing in here. Why do you think he got guards stacked all over the place? So I can't get on the guards. I can't tell the guards, listen, y'all protecting and keeping people from someone who break. They're not involved in the politics. So we have to say, okay, well, let's see what individuals will say when they come and look at this. And you have to let it play out. You do what you can, and then let other individuals who have the power and the authority to do things, let them do what they can. But if you don't have the power to prevent, to halt, to shift, to fix, to get a meeting done, if you don't have that power and that authority, then there's nothing you can do. Don't worry about it. Don't let it bother you. Don't let it upset you. Don't get mad at it. Just don't even pay attention to it. Ignore it. I'm literally not concerned about absolutely nothing that they're doing in the house of prayer. Nothing whatsoever. Because I'm not worried about anything they're doing. Every single thing that's happening will come to a point where it is examined. And we have to understand this is 100+ years. I'm grateful that we're talking about all these changes in 1 year, and people's eyes have opened up all over the organization. They're not going, they're not attending, they're not participating, they're not giving. They see the money has plummeted like a rock. Y'all thinking just because people lining up and down the aisle that no, ain't nothing wrong with the money, ain't nothing wrong. Y'all being, whoo, I'm telling you, a lot of money coming up that aisle is not coming out of the pockets of the people. I'm telling you, there's money being pushed through here to make you think that nothing has changed, people still giving, and it's all being done to get you to take $2,000 of your money and put it in there. Being played like a guitar. He said he was healed. Pastor Will, no, I just verified that he is still going to Virginia. Okay. Thank you for verifying. I could not see that happening because that would be a dead giveaway. If they cancel stops, even if they made that announcement, it's because they did cancel it. They canceled it. Council cannot. Council cannot make an announcement openly unless that announcement is approved by him. He has such control on the organization. Nobody's going to budge. And he's going to see to that. So if they made an announcement that he's not coming, it's because it was in the plans. But after some thought or after some phone call came, no, you're going. So he had to cancel that. We're going. So there's things going on at the top y'all don't know about. There's things going on around him y'all don't know about. So I'm just saying, because there's not a lot of transparency. And where there's not a lot of transparency, there's a lot of stuff going on. So absolutely, thanks for clearing that up. Peace Abide says, yeah, he's coming to Virginia on Saturday and Sunday only. He originally included Friday as well, but no longer is coming on Friday. Wow. Okay. Well, see, there it goes. So there was some confusion. but he's just doing Saturday and Sunday and not Friday. Lifelong Augusta Cafe staircase is scary too. Yeah, Augusta coming down out of the sanctuary into the hallway where the elevators are, and then you got the top of the steps right there, and you're looking down inside the cafeteria. Yeah, if you fall down them steps, it's going to be a very embarrassing situation, which is why y'all see the LOL emojis. Um, Rob said the kitchen, right? Charlotte Mission. Educated Smart Cunningham didn't preach tonight. Yeah, there's not too many times where you're going to hear a sermon. And whenever it's time for a sermon to be given, there's not too many times out of those times that you're going to really hear a sermon. They're just not giving sermons at the house of prayer. They're talking about him. They're lifting him up. In fact, yes. In fact, the new elders were told that when you speak, you must include Addie in your sermons. The new elders who are already preaching. Some of them are preaching G class. When we give, when we do, we're doing his will, we're done. This is how some of them might sound because they're new, they're nervous, they're scared. They don't know what to say. They don't know what to get up and give. They don't know the word. They don't have any understanding. So they just get up and people cheer them on because they feel sorry for them. You got little Bobby up here, and Bobby just went walking up the aisle. Yeah, I want to be an elder. I want to be a preacher. And then the next day, now go preach. And he's scared to death. And this is how it is. So they're being told you have to include in your sermons Addie. Problem is, they don't even know what that is. So this is why you're seeing this. Blanche says, you knew him when you guys were young. Do you think this man can change? Do you believe it will happen once the officials are in his face? Seriously. Honestly, the opportunities that many across the front has been given to change, they're not going to change. They're not going to change. And by change, I mean going from observing what they're not doing to observing what they need to do. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do this because this is going to hurt them. To do this means they can't remain where they are. And they know that. They know that. That's why certain ones cover for others, because they know that without covering, it's over. And all the way up here, you have those same suspicions. So what happens? They just cover for one another. No one in here can look and find anything at the top, anything that's being done properly according to the book. No one. And if that is the case, my question is, why are so many people so adamant about defending? If there's, I'm going to use this as an example. If I know that there's a drug dealer at the end of the block, the drug dealer might be my cousin. In my family, But everybody knows I'm not going to defend you. Back in the day, family members doing all kinds of stuff. Do not look for me to defend you. I don't care what you're doing. If I know about it, you're going to stop it. So many times they did their best not to let me know. I didn't want to know. Your life is your life, and what you make of it, okay. But what goes down, don't call on me to defend you. I'm not defending nobody doing anything that goes outside of the law. Period. I'm not going to cover for your wrong. It makes me an accomplice. Don't you know that I can go to jail also? I'm not stupid. I'm not going to put my liberty, my freedoms on the line because you doing things to break the law. What I don't understand is why so many people calling themselves people of God, children of the Most High. We. But we're so quick to defend people that we absolutely know without a shadow of a doubt who's doing all kinds of things that look like it's not in line with black and white. And what I'm saying is not, look at what they're doing, look at what they're doing, look at what they're doing. I'm saying we need to stop and look at what the book says. Because too many people who's defending have not stopped to look at what the book says. And in order to get everybody in a place where we can all improve and grow and move forward, we all have to stop and look down at the book. This is all I'm saying. He's not, none of them going to change. None of them, not one of them. And the biggest problem that we have is, okay, what if they do change? All this damage for 30 some years has already been done. You can't look at people. The law's not going to take people off the street who's doing this, what the law says you can't do and can't do. The law don't bring people into a courtroom and the judge says, are you going to change? Do you promise me? Now, I know that's not what they're asking, but I'm saying this because many people need to hear that when someone is taken in, they're not going to be looking to put them back out there. A principal who's been robbing the school and taking different money out of the school budget so that they can buy a boat. The law, they're not going to take that man and listen, do you promise to not do it again? And put them back into school as a principal? That man going to be removed. Because you knew better the first time, and it should have never happened. And if the board sees a principal who took money and bought a boat, they're not going to take a chance of putting him back there so they can do it again. They said, you should have known the first time, and we gave you a chance. But since you did that, now we know better than to put you back in that seat. They're going to replace them. Individuals, when they do wrong, they knew what they were doing. Therefore, when it comes to positions of government over people, you don't get a second chance to break the laws again. Your first chance was your chance to do right by the people. So no, after all this time, no, they're not going to change. And he, yes, along with others, very, very, very extremely arrogant in the eyes and the minds of many of the people everywhere. They say the same things. But the people have the ability to bring all of this just like that, to a stop. But the people have to want to. The question is, do the people want to do what's necessary in order to draw attention to what's in the book? And this is why so many things are done to instill fear in the people. Because once the people realize that you don't have to do nothing, then the people will stop. But they continue to use fear and intimidation because they can't afford to let the people wake up. They have to keep on and talking the way they talk. Y'all know what you got to do. Well, there's nothing in the word that says anybody has to do anything. I know you don't, you're not going to tell me what I have to do. Especially if you're not abiding by what's in black and white. You can't tell me what I have to do. So, because they've gotten away with it for all these years, 30 some, 40 some years, they've gotten away with it. Nothing has happened to them. And they know the people have allowed it. And they do not expect the people to do anything about it. And that's why they keep doing it right in front of everybody's face. It's like a dare. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, really? That's the attitude. So no, they're not going to change. And so the people need to do what's necessary to draw attention to that book. And if you don't know how, here's our email address. Reach out. Educated and smart. I knew him for years as well. But you have to know that money changes people. He's still going on as if nothing is wrong. And I believe he will until the officials are in his face. This is 100% accurate. 100% accurate. 100%. And unfortunately, it's like that. But also, unfortunately, this just did not happen after he put himself in the seat. This was long before that. Long before that. So we have to see, watch. We have to abide by me telling you all we have to look at the book means I have to abide by the book. I can't force, I can't push, I can't mandate. I can say you're fired, which we have. I can say all of y'all are rogue. I can say y'all need to, and they know it. And now you all know it. Lewis is crazy. Okay, I'm crazy. But am I really? Because if you listen to what I'm saying, you will find out that no, I'm not crazy at all. Others are crazy for being loyal to people who's not driving a truck all over the highway, putting people's lives at risk. You're crazy to ride inside that truck with that driver doing this, coming down the mountainside at 70 miles an hour. No, you're the crazy one to sit inside of that truck. I'm not the crazy one for being on the road in another vehicle, dialing 911. That's not crazy. That's wisdom. That's common sense. And that is self-preservation. And it's consideration for everybody else on the highway that this individual just might take their lives. We need to be looking at this whole thing from a different pair of lenses. With what's going on, will a senior minister even matter anymore? No, the only purpose for a senior minister is that's them trying to set in the eyes of the people the next one that they're preparing to put into the seat as bishop. The way this has worked so far, for those of you who've been looking at the law, you can see how they've done things to make the members of the organization believe what's on the stage. So I'm telling everybody, get out of the audience, come to the backstage. You come to the backstage, you'll see all the happenings, you'll know what's going on. And you in the backstage looking at the people in the audience, and the audience is doing all this stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you know that now, are y'all crazy? Y'all don't know what's going on back here. And are you serious? This is what what? And I was out there cheering this on. Oh my gosh. Are you telling you all to help the one driving the truck is a problem? You need everything that you can get to come out here on this highway and stop that. That's why they call it a runaway truck. You have a runaway rig. You need to find a way to stop that truck. There was a movie back in the day with Keanu Reeves called Speed. He was on a bus that somebody had removed the brakes from. And I'm not going to give the rest of the movie, but he had to steer, and that bus could not drop below 55 miles an hour. And that whole movie had you on the edge of your seat. He had to go everywhere with a city bus, 55 miles an hour with passengers on it. And he had to figure out how to stop this bus. We got a runaway rig. And since we've exhausted every single measure for 3 years, trying. What in the world can we do to get people to just listen? Let's sit down. Let's talk about this law. It's the law for us to talk about the law. We got the meetings coming up, and we got people who's saying, that's right, keep Lewis out. Because he will make us aware of what we need to look at. Are you serious? People, these meetings are the power of the people. You have the wheel at the meeting. And this is why they want to get in and hurry up and get out. They get in, get out. Because that's the only place in this entire organization that can completely fix, adjust, shift everything in here. That one meeting. And so they intimidate and they instill fear because they want you afraid. And as long as you're afraid, we got them. We're going to get them in and we're going to get them out. And that gives them another year. And the next year, we're going to get them in, we're going to get them out. Just get them in. And I remember one year, nothing was done. 2023, nothing was done in the General Assembly. Nothing at all was done. We sat there, we saw him come in, waved the reading of the minutes, clap your hands for him. He said nothing. We did nothing. Elected the General Assembly Secretary for the following year, nothing. While the council got together to sing him happy anniversary, and then they were going to close the meeting. Nothing was done. We came here, people from all over the country had to take planes, trains, drive cars, spend hotel money, gas, food, lodging, take time off of jobs, take time away from families. You got this speech about you need to know how serious this is. And if you can't come every single year because you got a credential, you're going to get fined. And if you don't want to come even after that, we're going to take your credential because obviously you don't respect the seriousness of this room, this meeting. Why should they respect the seriousness of the meeting that you don't respect? The meeting's supposed to start at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Everybody else is supposed to be here, but you're the one person at 1 o'clock, people still waiting to arrive. What board meeting anywhere in the world does the board itself clap their hands for a person who's the CEO walking into that board meeting 4 hours late? What board in the world will allow a CEO to have them waiting on him for 4 hours? And that when he get there, a band is going to play when they walk through the door to bring guards and maids with them who's going to fan him. What board of directors allow a CEO to conduct himself this way? There's not a CEO on the planet that gets this kind of treatment. We're the only ones. You hire a CEO to immediately turn around and hold you all by the collar of your shirt and tell you, you better do what I say or out the door. What nonprofit have you ever seen anybody able to put out the door that's abiding by the rules? I'm telling you, people, it's time to wake up. Every time they get by you, they say, whew. People sit inside a General Assembly and fall asleep. Council know good and well they're just going to come and say, you might as well say blah, 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 just like Charlie Brown. Wah, 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 wah. And the people out there in the audience who came from all around the organization, the entire country, are going to hear you say, and we are expecting him to arrive at this. It's nothing but a show. It's to bide your time. And when he comes in and sit there, a little bit of stuff is said, and go back out the door, what they say, whew, we got through another year. You're the ones being played. We have been the biggest idiots and fools. And while we're being played, they're taking our money out of our pockets and telling us to clap our hands and give him an applause at the same time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you for lying to me. I love you for taking food off my family's table. I love you for putting me in a financial bind. I love you for threatening to put us out on the street in the cold while you travel around the country and all these big places in the best of vehicles. I love you. What are you showing that says you love me? Besides threatening to kick me out on the street. After 46 years of devoted, dedicated, faithful service and giving. What are you saying that says you love me? You call us your children. But what father, the question was, if a child asks for a fish, will he give him a serpent? What father, if the child asks for a loaf of bread, will he give him a rock? Members, we've been given rocks and no bread. We've been given serpents and no fish. We've been given smiles and no assistance. We've been given promises and no follow up. How long? So people tired of hearing the promises. I said, he said he's going to build all over the organization. In every single state that's left in the United States, when? And why would you be willing to spend all those hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars when the members don't have food? And the members are not asking these questions. The members are too afraid to talk to chairmen. We have people right now been put out of their jobs, out of their homes, simply because they ask a question to a chairman. We have members sleeping in their vehicles simply because they ask a question to a chairman. We have members whose vehicle was towed away and now don't have a vehicle to sleep in, sleeping on sidewalks. We have homeless members of the House of Prayer sleeping right outside of 6th Street Northwest on 7th Street, or M Street Northwest on 7th Street. Members of the organization, homeless. We have pastors. Some have slept on buses, some have walked the streets, some have slept on sidewalks, some have slept in bus stations, train stations, airports, some have slept in hotel lobbies and got put out. Some pastors have stayed and lived inside of the house of prayer for months at a time. Some pastors had lived with the members of the congregation. Pastors, members. Something is seriously wrong with you if you defend this. Something is wrong with you when you see senior citizen women and young men and women with children being put out simply because they asked a question. And you defend this. Something is seriously wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. And the Creator will hold you accountable in the day of judgment for defending this type of behavior. He's going to hold people who did it accountable, but for those who defended it to keep it going, oh, the Creator is going to hold you accountable as well. You. The hope is that we come together so that we can not only stop this behavior, but ask, how can we save them? Not just fix the problem, even if they're ended up moving. If the police and the authorities come in, and if they move people, we're not going to move nobody. But if they move them, now the question becomes, we still love them. They're still one of ours. How can we save them? How can we help them? How can we save their soul? How can we help their soul? They still have a soul. We don't want their soul to be down there destroyed. We're not the ones trying to destroy their soul. The Messiah told the disciples, Satan desires to sift you like wheat. He desires to sift them. We don't desire them to end up in his hands. We simply desire them to do the right thing to help us, not to do what you can to take advantage of us and enrich yourselves. That's what we're saying. So if you are a member suffering, going without, don't have, and even if you got a little bit, and watching other people who don't have, and you defend these actions just because of whatever your reasons are, you're going to have to answer to our Father in heaven. These are things that the Israelites went through. So this is not about liking anybody. This is not about not liking anybody. We love him. I love him. I love them. I do not like the things that's going on that's hurting the people of the organization. But I love them. I love the one at the top. I love her. But I do not like the things that they can easily, just like that, put a stop to. Done. But they won't. And my question is, how is it that you're sitting on top of this great big old mine that does not belong to you? A diamond mine. How can you sit there, blood diamond, and not allow the workers, the man whose foot stepped on this big rock, and he picked it up and saw it's a big diamond? How are you going to aim a gun and say, give me that, that's mine? It's only by force that these individuals are working. You're forcing individuals to work on your behalf. The law says we cannot do that. And when people bring attention to the laws, that's a good thing. It's so that we all can benefit, not so that all of us can break our back, so that 1, 2, 3, 4 can benefit. Members, if you are defending that behavior, something is wrong with you. You don't realize you're keeping yourself in a position of suffering. So again, I don't think they're going to change. But we don't have to wait for them to change. We have the ability to do what we need to do in order to fix this entire situation. And we can, instead of waiting for others to come in, we can fix it inside ourselves. We can fix it. But they intimidate and put fear into people so that, no, I said, what are you going to do? If the people look you dead in your face and no, we're done here. This is finished. We're going to go back to that meeting and we're going to have a lawful, orderly meeting while we do what the law says we have the power and the authority to do. That's what we're going to do. And every one of you, we hope, come to the meeting. That is all the members need to do. But in order to do that, the members need to do that. And because they don't want you to do that, they put fear in you. They instill fear by using the pastors and the chairmen to sit in front of you and tell you what you got to do and what you're going to do. Why? Wait a minute. You put money in their pockets. You put money in the leader's pocket, you put money in the pastor's pocket, you put money in the chairman's pocket, and that's how they keep running all over top of you. And they laughing at you while you buying them new vehicles. They're laughing at you while you putting steak and lobster on their table and you eating off the dollar menu. With what's going on, oh, senior minister? No, senior ministers don't matter. Senior ministers don't even know what a senior minister is. That's how bad this is. The senior ministers don't even know what it is. And again, I know that they're prepping, they're preparing to put Jimmy in that position. But none of that matters. Y'all don't hear me sweating over what they're doing. The council, Mr. Cunningham, I'm not worried about that at all. That is a non-factor. And you all will understand. You all will understand. It's not even, they're putting on skits to make it look like he's healing and he's this. And how's he healing anyone? Y'all pay attention to all these people involved in this stuff, who's taking your money, who's making it look like he's a this, that, and the other. Pay attention because you're the one being played. That's why I talked about the choirs and the bands. They're playing y'all too. As long as y'all performing in the service, they're using you. Every one of you traveling behind, they're using you. They cannot run game on the organization without the choirs and the bands being present. They cannot run game and manipulate the members without the choirs and the bands being present. I dare you all for one service, just one service, to say, I'm not going. Every band, every choir, I'm not going. Stop saying, I got to serve the master. Do you understand calling anyone the master? Do you understand you create problems for that person? Do you understand you're creating a huge problem for them by calling them your master? It gives the impression of servitude by law. And as a result, for those members who are not listening to me, when the stuff, you will be the ones who put people in positions for stuff to rain down on them as heavy as it's coming. Because you're doing things and you don't understand is putting people into positions of risk. So for 16 years now, I have tried to fix a lot of stuff around the organization by talking to chairmen, district chairmen, and judges and councilmen, and even bishops. Y'all don't know nothing about. I've been trying to fix, clean up. Y'all know nothing about it. Nothing. And I know how they see you. I know how they talk about you. I still have yet to this day to tell anybody about my meeting with Mr. Bailey for over an hour. Nobody there but me and him. I have yet to tell people. My point is, the members, you all just don't understand how easy this is. In less than 2 weeks, the whole thing could be done. Less than 2 weeks, the whole thing, the entire thing from step 1 all the way to step 2 could be done. But instead of the members understanding that you don't have to listen to that, you don't have to hear these men. You can look them dead in the eye and say, la, 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 la. I'm not hearing you. I'm not, nothing you say, nothing you say. That's what you can do. That's how you tell them, I'm done hearing your rhetoric and your nonsense and your lies. We have a date. We have a date set where we are going to have a meeting and you can come. But for now, even though I'm here, la, 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 I will not hear your lies no more, no lies. But they know that the members won't do that. They know that their intimidation works. They know that you're afraid of them. Therefore, they keep on doing it. And so, because I know we have a lot of good-hearted members, we have a lot of well-intentioned members, we got a lot of people who mean what they're doing. These aren't bad, horrible, wicked, evil people. The ones who's devoted and the ones who's faithful and dedicated. No. Many of them mean what they're doing. Those are the ones that need the help the most. And when those individuals see what's going on in the back room, the VIP section, those are also the ones who hurt the most. We are trying to prevent this for everybody. We're even trying to save some of them from ending up in places where they don't want to go. Y'all have no idea how many times things have been done to keep people out of trouble, jail, but I didn't know at the time. For years. Now, to answer the question, will they change? I can see they're not going to change. They're not going to stop. I knew when I wrote the declaration that they weren't going to stop. I knew that. And now everything that they're doing, they don't realize. Every single day that they still do what they're doing, they're making matters worse for themselves. And the people don't have to believe me. Just because things have not taken place yet, as of tonight, this date, things have not happened yet. We still got people saying, ain't nothing going to happen, Brother Lewis. You need to stop. Okay, all right. Nobody's going to be this adamant about what they're doing unless wake up. People, just wake up. If the people don't do what's necessary while we still have another day, then people are going to come in. And they will do what's necessary to look at this law, look at the management, and evaluate what's going on. But those individuals have the authority to tell every member in here what's going to happen. See, the council, Mr. Cunningham and Mrs. Madison, they're not going to tell them people, no, I got the final say. And you ain't coming in here and you're going to judge me. And nobody judge me but God. No. They're going to tell you. In fact, they're going to show every member in here. Y'all really should have been paying attention to those videos. We don't have to have anybody come in. I've been trying to avoid anybody coming in. But in order to avoid anybody coming in, you have to do what's necessary inside. And if you do what's necessary inside, then you won't have a problem with anybody coming in. That's how it works. But with that said, many people are like-minded in the ways of the leaders and like what he in particular is about. A lot of people are. But even then, a lot of people are waking up. A lot of people are waking up. Even the most staunch, devoted diehards are waking up. I cannot tell you how many people are calling. They've stopped paying tithes after they learned that tithing is going to the leaders' pockets. They've stopped working convocation. They've stopped giving love gift. They've stopped giving pastors all. Even the pastors are calling people to ask them for help. The pastors are going through it right now. And you got a lot of pastors who are pulling out their hair. That's why you see them aging faster than ever before. And it doesn't have to be that way. Members, we can easily stop this. But in order to stop it, you have to let me know so that I can show you how we can stop this. I'll let you in on a secret. No. Anyway, we can stop this. And the window is very, 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 very small. But if we don't stop it inside, if we don't bring a stop to it inside, you can rest assured that people are going to come in and they're going to put a stop to it after they look at what's going on and they're going to match it. But, well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that little secret I was going to tell you. I know for a fact that our people all over are waiting for inside to come and fix this. I'm telling you, that's the worst way to go. You don't want other people to fix your problem. You want to say, you know what, I'm done, I'm tired. He's right. All we got to do is stand up. Let's have this meeting. Let's have this meeting. Let's have this meeting. That's all you got to do. And that meeting might last 2 hours, 3 hours. But after that meeting is done, it's over, done, gone. That's how simple it is. Why do you think the last General Assembly, there was security everywhere? Why? If everything's being done the right way, why did you have security everywhere? Same thing in Charlotte. Because they want the people to not come to a meeting and do anything that utilizes the powers that you've been given by the law. So even those diehards, yes, they're changing. They're coming over. Educated and Smart says that's because he gives them a production every time he comes out. It's nothing but a big show, the greatest show. Absolutely right. It's nothing at all but a show. While you see going out the door, inside, going out the door, and they laugh. I'm going to tell you this. Many of them are telling people in closed circles, behind closed doors. They're telling people, that man, how did Lewis know this? How he know that? How he know this? And while laughing, that man is right. And the people still not listening to him. They are amazed that the members are still doing what they're doing in the house of prayer. They're admitting that I'm right. Okay. Blanche says, if he fell on his knees at the platform and raised his hand outstretched to the ceiling, I'm not sure I trust it. Right. All of this is just a show. This coming out the door at the fake elect. See, people, the games people play. Just because our Father's not done anything yet. That's why y'all don't, there's a lot of praying for these people who don't know they're playing with the wrong fire. There's a difference between playing with fire and playing with the wrong fire. Scripture tells us our Father is a consuming fire. You playing with the wrong fire. Ah. Mm-mm. Okay, so coming to an end. He did that in Baltimore after he put on a shout. Yeah, I heard about that. Ah. Mm-mm. Ah, boy. People, you have to see through these things. If you're getting caught up, oh, see, look. He's dealing with them. He's dealing. There's another movie. I think it was Steve Martin who played as a pastor. I think it's The Apostle. I could be wrong. I think that is it, The Apostle. Somebody told me about this from the videos. Louis, you got to watch The Apostles. You got to watch The Apostles. And somebody else told me it's just like the To Kill a Mockingbird. Not To Kill a Mockingbird. Uh, Mockingbird, the young woman who's out somewhere and people trying to do whatever they can to these young people. Mockingjay, something like that. I got to go back to it. And I haven't looked at it yet, but these different depictions, Rango again is coming up. Rango. Django was one with Jamie Foxx. Rango is an animated movie. I'm telling you to look at this. We're going to break this down and it's going to make so much sense. For those of you who see it or those of you who have seen it already, pay attention to the turtle and what he's trying to do. Pay attention to who the turtle uses and what the turtle uses them to do. Pay attention, and you'll understand everything going on in here. Everything. Rango. People, it's all a show to keep the members coming and interested in what's going to happen the next time he comes to town. He wants to keep you interested, so he does something special every time. Absolutely. It's just to keep you hooked, to keep you on the hook. And as long as he makes it to another event, then there's more money. I'm saying whatever's taking up time for outside, if they haven't come in yet, y'all just let us know. Okay, how do we fix this? We set up one date and everybody show up, listen carefully, and let us look at black and white. And let us determine whether or not people in positions of authority have kept the law. If they have, good. If they have not, gotta go. The law is what governs all of us. And if individuals are using the law to cover themselves, while they also hold you to the same law and come at you when you violate it to fine you $10,000, $3,000, to take money out of your pocket, to fine you with laws that even the outside law says they can't do. We have laws and rules that you all as members don't know are to strip everything from you and give it to them. I can't even tell you how bad they are because I just can't tell you yet. But if we all got in a meeting, I could tell you everything. I could tell you everything if we got into a meeting. But because our people so far has not agreed that all of us come to a meeting, I can't tell you. It must be reserved for those coming in, because in that meeting, that is where it comes. And there's things I have not said yet. So for those of you who knows that I have gone out of my way to show you all these things that's not lined up, I'm telling you, there's more. There's a whole lot more. And that's why this is so bad. To do this, it stops all of this. Because the only thing being done is the members being hurt financially. He was arrogant when he was the pastor at 8th Street, Greensboro, and 6th and Elm Street. His behavior didn't just start when he became the bishop. Being the bishop and the money turn him into who you see today. Yeah, it's bad. I told him when I called him on the phone. We talked on the phone a few times. I told him then, I have no idea who you are anymore. You are not the man I knew. You are not that man. I told him a few things, and people know me. I don't bite my tongue. And I told him some things that I thought about later, and I felt bad because I told him I don't. It bothers me even to see this, because I knew what he was before all of this, before he went to 8th Street. It's just the members, all of this can be stopped and more can be prevented. And even when it comes to the councilmen, my heart goes out to them. All of them that, yes, they've been terminated by declaration. But again, they've been told, you have to understand, members of the House of Prayer, y'all are not being told things by lawyers. Y'all are not hearing from lawyers. They are hearing from highly paid lawyers who's telling them, don't worry about this, don't worry about that, because the law, blah, 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 blah. So you don't have to worry about it. You sure? Yeah, just ignore it. Okay, we good. They heard from a lawyer. You did not. You cannot prepare your mind to try to come at what they're doing. They're playing on a whole nother level of chess. You're not even playing chess. Some of y'all playing Uno while they're playing chess. All you have to do is attend a meeting and pay attention and listen. All of this can be fixed like that. Close your ears to the one sitting in front of you. Close your ears to the other ones sitting up there, and set a meeting according to what the law, the Constitution allows. You can set a meeting and come forward. This is what we've done already online. However, to show you how scared and terrified they are, when they heard that we were about to do some things, the pastors began telling people, let us know if you see somebody in here who ain't been here for a while. Why? Because they want to intimidate you and make you think that they're going to put them out. They can't put people out who's abiding by the laws and the rules if they're not disorderly. Members, you can stand up and simply say, nope, I'm done. And then we can move forward. Or you can keep on taking the abuse and waiting for however many more days or weeks these individuals are going to take to come in. The council blocks any proposals they don't want to be considered in the General Assembly. So how can change be done? No, 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 no. I'm not saying to make a proposal. That's not how you're going to fix this. You cannot make a proposal whenever the individuals that are in these positions are effectively not doing their job and blocking any legitimate proposal. I've had 2 proposals blocked in the last 2 years, 2025, 2024. Mr. Cunningham did everything he could without the knowledge of the members, and they blocked my proposals. So you can't do this by going through a proposal. You have to simply get for the people to say, okay, we want to have the meeting, we want to do this. Once that happens, then let me know that the people, if we have even this meeting, this fellowship, if we have members from around the organization begin to come onto the fellowship and they're interested, okay, how do we do this? Then it'll be done just like that. That's how fast the law says that the people can look into matters and fix matters that have gone sour. But that's the first thing that has to happen. People need to come to a meeting and not write proposals. Change will be done with the officials step and do what we all are waiting to be done. They all got to go. Change will be done with the officials step. With the officials step and do what we all are waiting to be done. Yet you can't wait on the officials to do anything. Unless you're talking about, it sounds like now that I'm reading that you're talking about the officials coming in from outside. Yeah. Outside, when they come in, they can put different things in order and then make decisions. Yeah, when they come. Before that, the people in here has the authority to change anything, to stop anything. Now, am I talking about changing governance? No, I'm not talking about changing governance. I'm saying enforcing governance. I'm not talking about changing rules. I'm talking about enforcing rules. And truth be told, when the outside come in and they see our rules, they are going to flip. Y'all have no idea the rules that the house. Oh gosh. I've told you about the maids. Okay. When the house, all you parents, I told you about the maids. I talked about boys too. Altar boys. Even the boys on these security groups. It doesn't matter. Well, they want to do it. Let them do it. No, 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 no. We can have a meeting so that the members can learn what your power and authority is, or you can keep on letting people step on you and take and abuse you. The members, every single one of you, can be just like us. Just like, look them dead in the eyes. No, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is blah, blah, blah. What we're not going to do is blah, 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 blah. That's the power and authority that you have. It doesn't matter what pastor tells you. Well, the council's going to, no, the council's not going to do whatever. No, they're not. The last time I heard council finding people for being online, y'all, they know who to do it to because they know who does not know the laws and their rights. But members, we can fix this. All of it, just like that. If you don't reach out, then just watch. And just know that I've been saying this over and over and over again. Just they be saying, y'all stay off of YouTube. Listen to these people who lost their mind. Okay, keep believing them. While I'm telling you all the truth and showing you nothing but truth and facts, while they're showing you absolutely nothing and taking you for all of your money and nothing but lie, 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 lie. Okay, keep believing them. You need to wake up. Um, the members just want shouts to shout. That's it. Yeah. Um, and while shouting, we need to do something to make sure that you will be able to continue to shout. They're doing everything they can to even get you to a point where you're going to stop that too. We're talking about in the event of, not that it will be, in a perfect world. Yeah, allegedly. The point is that when outside people come and see, they're going to see. Inside, pay attention to the difference. When we talk about outside people do not know what's going on inside. Outside has no clue of what's going on inside. So when you talk to outside, you can't tell outside, well, they're breaking laws. They doing this. They doing no. Outside has no clue what you're talking about. What are you talking about? What laws? Who is breaking the laws? How did they break? They don't know what you're talking about. So you can't go to them saying people breaking laws. You have to go to them. Excuse me, Mr. Police Officer. Yes. We need you over here. What's going on? We have a disturbance, a dispute that is escalating. Where's it at? It's over here. That's how you talk to outside. Let them come and look and observe and let them determine, oh, no, you can't do this. No, now that I'm here and I see what they're talking about, not only can you do this, but what is that plant over there in the corner by the living room couch? What plant? That plant right there. In fact, what is that over there on the dining room table? In fact, what is that over there on the living room table? And why do you have, is that a pet lion that you have back there? Is that a lion's cub? Y'all can't be doing all this. But what did it take for them to see the pet lion? What did it take for them to see the plant over there by the living room? What did it take for them to see the stuff sitting on the dining? All you had to do is get them inside the house. You didn't tell them that they got a pet lion. You didn't tell them that they got plants that they're not supposed to have. You didn't tell them about the table. You just said there's a disturbance. That's how you talk outside. On the inside, we know about the plant. We know about the baby lion. We know about the stuff on the table. We know about the dining room. We've been sitting here for the last 18 weeks trying to get that lion out of here. We've been trying to get the plant out of here. We're trying to clean off the tables. We know about this stuff, but you can't say that to them because they don't know. And if you tell the police officer, man, Brucey, him and LaShonda, they got a pet lion. Okay, Mr. Pet Lion. They're not going to believe you. You don't tell them about the lion. There's a disturbance. We need you to check it out. That's all. Going outside, there's a disturbance we need you to check out. That's all. Even in here, if we think that the plant shouldn't be here and that the baby lion shouldn't be here, well, when the authorities come in, they can tell, that's not what you think it is. Are you sure, man? It's sure. What do you mean, am I sure? Go, listen, you got a lighter? Give me a lighter. Put a lighter underneath the plant. All of a sudden, the leaves start melting. It's plastic. It's not real. Oh, okay. And the pet lion, you are y'all crazy? This is just a ploy. They spray painted the thing around the neck to make it look like lion's mane. In fact, it's not even a cat. This is a dog. Get out of here. There ain't no dog. Come here. Come here. You see this? And all of a sudden, you say, heel boy. And you see it's a dog. But what just happened? You called people inside, and they can determine whether the plant is real or whether that's a real baby cub. It's their job to do it. They're not going to let you come and mess with that plant. You're not going to mess with the baby lion's cub. So other people come in, that's their job. But the stuff on the dining room table and living room table, that's real. Man, they sitting here playing, hey, wait a minute. What's the stuff on this table? Oh, there ain't nothing. Yes, it is too. What is this? Now you're in trouble. Why? Because they got a foot inside and they're seeing what they did not see while they were outside. What I'm saying is we don't need to bring them inside if us can fix inside and clean it up. Change will be done with the officials. Grateful. The members just want to shout. We're talking about an event of, you can tell, the spirit is not in it. Wake up, people. Yes, right. Our Father's spirit is not in this. I'm shocked that members are still attending services, even if some members don't agree with you. Mr. Cunningham's actions alone raise serious red flags. Absolutely grateful. People can tell, people know, and yet still going along. A lot of people, this is why they're sitting back now and they're just done. A lot of people are just done and they're waiting. Listen, we're going to sit back and we're going to see how this thing plays out. And when this is over, that's when I'm going to decide what I'm going to do. And a lot of people all around the organization are saying that. I got that chess analogy. Protect the Queen Madison from being exposed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Very well. Golden Boy. Rango? Yes, Rango. If you watch Rango, I'm telling you, you will see a whole lot of the House of Prayer. It's a very, very good movie. In fact, the videos, we're going to go a little differently. But that's going to be the next one I'm going to speak on is Rango. Also, there's still a chance to reverse course before outside agencies catch wind. But as stated, it's unlikely. Yes, we can turn all of this completely around, but it would take the members to stand up. They can't do it. It's impossible for them to do it. The members have to do it. If the members don't do it, then others will come in and do it for the members. However, why take that chance when outside coming in, they're not just going to stop at the table. They are going to literally clean house. And the people that could have been prevented from all kinds of whatever will be, listen, I told you, secretaries, y'all better step down. You don't have to listen if you don't want to, but you better step away. Let it go. Assistant pastors, some of you. But if you don't listen to Brother Lewis, then don't say a word when stuff start happening. Don't say a word. You can't even complain because 400 videos later, even the authority is going to say, you can't say you didn't know. 400 videos. How did you not know? You taking a chance. So man can't wait until the outside people come in and fix this ministry. because my family don't believe that nothing's going to happen to the UHOP. And the man of God, Mr. Cunningham, is untouchable. For anybody who thinks that this is a man of, again, you're not even paying attention at all. And for those of you who have individuals like, don't worry about them at all. Don't worry about who believes in this. Don't worry about who believes in him. Don't worry about none of that. None of them. They're going to see later. If people are just going to be blind, it's like the Messiah said, if the blind lead the blind, they're both going to fall into the ditch. You can't save people who want to remain blind. And they're telling you, la, la, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I love him. I love him. If loving him is wrong, I don't want to be right. Okay, leave them. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you go into a burning fire, a house fire, and you see people trying to get at people's attention, you're trying to get them out. They're saying, no, this is my house. I don't want to let it burn down. I'm not going nowhere. You can either keep arguing with them to try to take them out, and they're biting you on the arm, and they're poking you in the eye, and they're doing whatever for you to put them down. Listen, I come, you poke me in my eye, and you bite my arm, I'm going to drop you right there on that floor. And I'll tell them outside. I might try to get you in a hold that you can't do anything. But self-preservation is going to kick in. Okay, well, where are they at? They didn't want to come out. What do you mean they didn't? You see right here? Look, this hunk of meat, I need an ambulance because I'm getting dizzy right now, losing all this blood. They bit me. Trying to save them, they bit me. You bit yourself. There's something you had against that person. No, they bit me. And my teeth marks, when you look at the bite, will show you these are not my teeth marks. They bit me. I'm not going to sit there and try to save somebody who's biting flesh out of my arm to prove to me that they don't want to leave. Okay, listen. You go down in a burning fire, that's you. So with this in mind, we got people don't want to let go. Okay, what are you going to do for them? What are you going to do? When outside come in, what choice are they going to have? When they start fixing or looking at and they see the stuff on the tables, what are you going to do? What are you going to say then? Nothing going to happen. Louis just crazy. Okay, what are you going to say then? After it's done, what are you going to say? Oh, the whole time he was right. And now several people are no longer here. Not just that one, but what happened to them? What happened to Roniqua? What happened to Bill? What happened to not Ty? What? Not Jam? Jam, yeah, that's his name, his nickname, Jam. Him too? Man, they came and I'm telling you, oh, wow. And some of us are going to be sitting, oh, wow. This one, that one, that one. Because when they come and see all this stuff, they ain't going to have no remorse. At least all we got to do is take you out of position. If you're the secretary, you involved in whatever. But when they come, okay. So I want y'all to pay attention to my face whenever we come on these videos to show y'all this is not the face of a man who's crazy. This is the face of a man who's considering for years what's going to happen if you don't listen. Some of these councilmen know I told them to their face. They ain't telling you. They're not telling y'all. But they know. Just like these two know at the top. They know what you don't know. They know a little bit of what I know. But there's a whole lot that they don't know that I know. And there's a lot that you don't know, but you need to know. But you won't know if you won't do what you need to do. because nobody's going to tell you what you don't know if they know that you're not going to do what you need to do, you know? Anyway, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close out. We hope that you all enjoyed. Um, and we're grateful for all of you who shared your comments and joined in with us. We're going to come back next week, if it be our Father's will, and we will pick up from here. We hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening on your weekend. And I am just as excited. I'm thrilled. And I'm telling you all, don't let this stuff bother you. Don't even think about it. Don't even pay no attention to it. For those who want to continue going behind and those who want to continue, okay, choirs and bands, try for one time, just one time. Say, no, we're not going to do it. And I know this is ludicrous to hear that. Try it once. Then you will even see how much power you wield in the organization. Because there's no service without the choirs and the bands. There's no service. You don't believe me? Listen to what happened over there a week and a half ago. Listen to the services when he's present and there's no choir and there's no band. Listen to how different it sounds in the background. That's all I have. Members, for the night. We love you. We thank and praise our Father for you. We hope that you've enjoyed this evening. We pray your strength. And we also want to keep, again, the family of any of those that are bereaved in our prayers and our hearts, and pray for their strength. With that said, thank you for your time. We'll see you in the next video.